Howdy, howdy. Happy Tuesday. How we doing? Yeah, I'm new at all this. I swear I can never get either the intro or the outro right. It never fails. But that's okay. Ain't no pro here. So yeah, happy Tuesday. July 9th of 2024 of this godforsaken hellhole that we're having to live through. Hopefully that we're running to the end of it though, guys. Oh, I know we're not, but I mean, at least we'll get a Band-Aid to put on it for a while, right? Band-Aids always helped me feel better when I was little, and my mom always said, "Here, let me put this on you. It'll make you feel better." So yeah, how's everybody doing? Looks like TDB Miss D won the booby prize today. Nice job. And Flatty was runner up, and she don't want him. There's someone on my mic. And Mishka, how are you, darling? I don't think Mishka wants him either, really. Mr. Hairbag, how are you, sir? And Miss Mary, how are you? Yes, prayers to all those people going through that. Again, it seems never ending anymore, doesn't it? Hi, Kai, what's up? Kiki, how are you, darling? And P Digits, what's you doing? And Miss Ann, how are you? Katie K's in the house. How are you, cat? Scum dog, what's up? And Mr. Andy, how are you? I'm gonna get me one of those spy glasses. She's called them. Let me get my spy glass. I see Andy and I see Gurf. Excuse me. Really bad tickle. Like something hawked to you wasn't gonna fix. Well, I don't know. Maybe I would. So I think I've decided that I'm not going to make Hawk Tuya shirts, and if I am, I got to think of a different way to do it because I think that little wench is going to start going after people. So I don't want to be one of her victims. So I just bow on out. I mean, to a certain extent, I still want them. I just got to think. I don't know. I might have to do Joey's way of it and just change how you spell it or something. I don't know. Or maybe I just forget it. Who cares? She's a one-hit wonder. If she thinks she's going to build her whole career on Hawk Tuya spit on that thing, oh, honey, you're in the wrong line. You probably better get down on, the streets. Get your short shorts on. Because you're going to have to put that Hawk Tuya to work to make the kind of money you're going to need to live. Let's see. I'm looking. And I said howdy to Gurf, right? Okay, I think we're good. So yeah. I was actually thumbing through some of her stuff Miss Haktuya. I can't remember what her name is. And I was kind of excited that at one point she's like, everybody, I guess people were saying that she was going to move to California and New York or someplace. And she's like, just so y'all know, I ain't moving into California and New York. I'm going to stay right here with my granny. So everybody knows. In case you didn't and you needed to know, she just going to stay living with her granny. And I was kind of like, oh, you're sweet. And then the next video I see, it's like, let me tell you guys, me and my lawyers are coming after your asses. Because we own those words now. Somehow that seems wrong. But I also think it's wrong that if you buy land, the government says, but you don't get to own the water or the minerals underneath it. Fuck you. What? You don't get it. That's my land. I bought the land, bitch. That means fucking all the way to China. It's mine. Or it should be. Yes, on that thing. I can't see what that is. I can see part of it. I love the gush. That's what I'm going to call that thing. I think I should really probably have a shirt that says gush. I kind of think. See, I don't need a hawk to you because I got gush. Okay. It's bad, I know. Okay, too early? Okay, wait. We got to wait for you guys to get a couple drinks in you before we can start talking like that. Gush, you know. So, not flush. That sounds like like it's going down the toilet. Gush sounds more like it's coming out of an orifice. Some sort of an orifice. Okay. See, I said it's too early for that, Mary. Don't be taking me down that road. Splurt. Andy, you're no help. Fuck, neither are you, Gert. We're not supposed to go there. It's too early. I ain't even put anything in my coffee yet. Which I had to make coffee because I was literally sitting here going, yeah, I need to start this live, but I'm really tired. I think I might need a nap. It was like, oh, no, you don't. Because it's about time to go live. No shit. With Gush. That's right. Gush. You know, all the ladies have been there. They just don't. They just might not know what I'm talking about. If you don't have your merch yet, make sure to go to topqualityshirts.com and pick up your merch. It's got all the best creators there, delivering you all your needs. Just hold tight on mine because I got a bunch of changes coming. I mean, you can buy it, but just know that there's going to be some better stuff coming up. And it's going to be, I mean, my logo is going to change. Let's just be honest. But the rest should stay the same. Not that anybody really has to go there buy anything. I'm seriously not pressuring you. I just think it's really cool. I almost think it's better than like contributing to a channel because you get something for it. I mean, like you really get something tangible that you hold in your hands and put on your ass or whatever. Oh, I know. She's on a vengeance now because she thinks she owns the words of Haktuya. So, that's what you get. Like nobody's ever said Haktuya, just her. Just her has said it. Really, bitch? I was saying Haktuya before you took your first breath, bitch. Okay, you can see what kind of funky mood I'm in today. Sorry. No, I'm really in a pretty good mood. Not too bad. I was in a kind of a quirky mood earlier. I think it's just everything. I think it's, I just, I don't want to ever say that I just need to live my life and not fight for what's right. And there was almost that feeling today, like just fucking live your life and, you know, don't worry about what's right and what's wrong. Just live your life. And but then I can't live my life because everything's gonna be wrong. I mean, we already know that they're, they got the whole thing going with what's right is wrong and what's wrong is right. I mean, now California, you did see where those fucking LGBTQ XYZ are now trying to stop some law that California has actually put in place that you can't sell kids for sex, but the LGBTQ thinks it's going to hamper their mission. What the fuck kind of shit is that? I'm I no, I can't even believe they have the balls to go in front of a court system or anybody else and voice that shit. What the hell is wrong with them? Ah. Hmm. Hey, Blister Bill, what's up? Sorry, I just got off on my little rant there. I don't get it though. I really don't. That's what they're trying to get. I think I saved the thing, but yeah. So frustrating. But with Alive, what pissed me off today was FedEx. Everything that you can think of that has a camera basically has a deal with the Blue Boys that they get their footage and they swap it back and forth. Like, not just FedEx saying, here's our information and, here's what we gathered throughout our trip. Like, I don't know what do they look at? That seems like entrapment to me. Like, what are you looking for? It shouldn't be that there's no reason for you to need so-called evidence that you don't even know you have. So why the hell what are they doing taking FedEx videos? Why do they need these? Well, then you go down the rabbit hole and, well, it's not just FedEx, it's Kaiser Permanente. So if you go there because you cut your leg and you got to go into their emergency room, well, they got you all on camera. And now for some reason, they're going to send all that shit to the cops. Why? Hey, Wanda, what's up, darling? I don't get that shit. And it goes even further. I mean, we already know about Ring and how they're sending all their shit to them. And here's the deal. It's not like the cops are just, it's not the cops coming and saying, which I don't agree with either, them coming and saying, well, we need your beautiful bean footage of whatever, her leaving for work that day or whatever. I don't care what it is. It just seems like now you're just, I don't know. I just think it's strange. I don't think it's right. I think it's them creeping right into our lives, right in. Jesus, they'll be right in your bedroom if you're not careful. Actually, I used to use one of our rings to watch my grandson so that I knew exactly when he woke up and, if he was tossing around and all of those things. And I don't do that anymore. Once I realized how much Ring has access to it's like, oh, no way. No. I knew they had access. I just didn't realize they were sharing it with all their fucking buddies. Trump's rally is an hour late. Where is it? Should we restream it? I don't know if I can. Let's see. Make sure that nobody needs a wrench. Nope, everybody got a wrench. Make sure if you ain't went and subbed up anybody that looks interesting in the chat that you do so. That's what you got that wrench for. You can click on their name and go to their channel and sub up to them and check out their shit. It's pretty cool. What was I doing? Help me. It started 15 minutes ago. Okay, Bill. I'm taking your word for it. Let me see. Is he talking yet? Against loaded and guard dog and skunk on duty and skunk. What's that, Andy? Both Fox and News. Okay, here we go. There's Fox. I guess we're gonna have to go with them. I don't see the other ones. Why don't I have them? I should. I think Newsmax pissed me off and I unsubbed him. Okay, what's he saying? Let's see if we can restream it. Tell me if it cuts out. If it does, I'll just stop sharing it as per fucking usual. Andy can have like 17 streams going. I can't have one. Arby. Okay. Here we go. Let me unmute that.
You know those chairs are meant for children and old people. Old people and children. And you can't lift them. They weigh about 4 ounces. When I'm president, I promise you this, I will not rest until we have found these radical Islamic terrorists.
Yo.
It's
Trump.
It's Trump.
We will not let them
It is Trump.
So many people, very few would split up.
Man, if only I could look that good in a red hat. Damn.
Hell yeah.
Well, your computer or your internet does not like you streaming and watching.
Under the Biden border disaster, other countries are ever hear of Hannibal Lecter. He was a lovely. He would love to have you for dinner. He will take many people for dinner. Well, we have a lot of people coming in. They always say, "Oh, that's terrible." The Trump would say, "He's rambling about Hannibal Lecter." No, I'm not rambling. That's we are allowing people from insane asylums and mental institutions into our country by the tens of thousands. And they're closing them down in other countries. You know the cost savings of all of the savings? And sending bloodthirsty terrorists, savage gang members, and child predators into the United States to prey on our people, to prey on you. They're coming not only from South America, but from all over the world, from Asia, Africa, and every other place. They're coming from all over the world. 2 weeks ago, I spoke to the grieving mother, Jocelyn Gary, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who was tied up, stripped, assaulted, raped, strangled to death after walking the block to a 7-Eleven store in the corner. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in the Shallow Creek, charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder. Beautiful, beautiful. The mother is devastated. I mean, pretty much, I would say over. The mother, I don't know, spoke to the mother. Mother is just, as you would be, as anybody would be, charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens.
I have no idea what he's saying because I can't tell, but he sounds so competent and not senile.
Claiming they feared for their lives. No, other people feel.
No, he's reading off a teleprompter.
When they saw these 2 guys, they didn't fear at all. They had no fear. Tough people. and Joe Biden and his group of people let them in. We're going to bring back, by the way, we're bringing back Tom Homan. We're bringing back all of the guys that did such a great job at the border. We had the greatest border in history.
I don't know if I would say we had the greatest border in history.
One of them was in the country for only 20 days before ending Jocelyn's beautiful America.
Definitely gotten worse.
Virginia. At Trump
But not everything is always the best.
Potomac River, I had lunch with the mother of and the sister of Rachel Morin.
Howdy, Scott.
7-year-old
But yeah, Andy, he also hasn't pooped his diaper.
who was attacked, raped, and brutally murdered while out on a run. She was running. She always wanted to keep herself in good shape, her mother told me. She was a beautiful person. Police believe the sadistic monster charged with Rachel's death first killed another woman in another country, then fled across Joe Biden's wide open border into the United States, after which he attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape,
Oh, yeah.
slaughter, and
It is better audio.
our American suburbs and cities.
What's that? Should I do the other one?
Here.
We will shut down
This-
deadly sanctuaries.
I'll send you the link.
I will ship
I think
massive
this
portions
is
of
better.
federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We will close up our border, and we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in. And on day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country.
Send them back. Including Ilhan Omar. You should be on the
And
first
as I say,
ship.
and I say it all the time, and I
Point,
already
whatever.
said it to you, no one has been hurt more
Huh?
by the Biden invasion.
I said Ilhan Omar should be the first one they send back.
Hispanic American populations under Crooked Joe, 109% of all net job creation over the last year has gone to migrants. Did you know that? Almost every job that was created has gone to migrants. In fact, more than every job. It's crushing wages for American workers, draining resources for Americans.
Did my legs shrink? I knew Alaska Airlines premium class had extra leg room, but this is different.
Every race, religion, color, and creed. Joe Biden's job numbers are fake. They're fake numbers, and the fake media knows it, but they don't look at all of them back there. Oh, that's a lot, Marco. That's a lot, Marco. I think they probably think I'm going to be announcing that Marco is going to be vice president. I don't know. Because that's a lot of press. That's a lot of press. They're also overwhelmingly part-time jobs, which really means that they're second jobs of people who are struggling to get by. They're being taken by the illegal migrants that are coming into our country in these record numbers. We've never seen anything. It is indeed an invasion. When I return to the White House, I will once again be the greatest jobs president that God has ever created. And like
Damn.
we had 5 years ago,
Invoking
6
God.
years ago, 7 years ago, we will have full-time jobs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We had the greatest economy in the history
Thanks,
of the
Scott.
planet. Well-paying jobs and jobs that can support a home and a family very, very easily. We had it all. As everyone knows, the Biden economy is a nightmare for working families under Crooked Joe. Inflation, price hikes, and they've cost, listen to this, $28,000. $28,000. And you know, under Trump, you made $14,000. That's a big swing. Under Biden and Harris, half of Americans are not taking a vacation at all this summer because they can't afford to do it. Most say it's because the cost of daily life is so high, no matter what they make.
No,
They
it's
can't
so afraid to
because,
get on the
You
airplane.
know, they like to say 20%, 29%, 26%, 31%. I think your inflation, your real inflation is way over 50%, and I believe that. Meanwhile, Crooked Joe has spent almost 50% of his presidency on vacation.
They spent like
Almost
a
all
total
of
of
it,
9 months in
including
Delaware.
many, many weeks on the beach. And mansions are in, think of this. Here's a guy that's been a politician all his life.
Collectively, yeah.
He's got
9
homes
months
in the
is what I
Virgin
heard
Islands,
on the
Nantucket,
podcast
Lake
earlier today.
Tahoe, Kiowa Island. I mean, where the hell did they get all this money, Byron? He's got more homes than I do. What the hell is going on with him? And that home he's got in Delaware is pretty nice, right?
You can tell when he's
Remember
off.
they said it
The
was-
teleprompter
it
versus
was-
on. It's very amusing.
His son's home. You know, his son is running it, right? You know that, right? You know that. He's running our government.
Fucking Obama.
And Jill is helping. Jill is helping. Where's Hunter? Remember the sign? Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? He's in the White House. Hunter is in the White House running government right now, they say.
Lines of
interesting.
cocaine
No
for
wonder Joe
everybody.
doesn't want to give up the job. His own staff says that
He's
the
the
only
smartest man Joe knows.
hours he works are 10 a.m. to 4.
Hey, Holy.
Does anybody here have a job like that? Raise your hand, please. And I doubt he even spends that. And today he's with the people from NATO. And these people are sharp. I know them very well, every one of them. They're very smart. They're at the top of their game. And they're saying, what the hell is with this guy? We can't figure it out. You know, I saved NATO because when I went down, hey, Barack Hussein Obama, has anyone ever heard of him? He would go and, you know, go to wherever they're holding the NATO meeting and he'd make a nice speech and he'd leave. And Bush would go and make a nice speech and he would leave. In all fairness, Bush, oh yeah. But he'd make a nice speech and he'd leave. They'd all go make speeches and they'd leave. They wouldn't even stay there a day. I went and didn't make a nice speech. I said, what the hell are you doing? Nobody's paying. Nobody was paying. But I didn't want to be obnoxious because I felt, you know, it's the first time I'd ever done this. I went. I didn't even know what the hell NATO was too much before, but it didn't take me long to figure it out, like about 2 minutes. And the
big
first
joke.
thing I figured out was they weren't paying. We were paying. We were paying almost fully for NATO. And I said, that's unfair, but I didn't want to make a big mess. You know, I was president for about 15 minutes, and I didn't want to, you know, go after NATO as my first thing. But 6 months later, I went back to the second meeting, and I said, you know what? You're not paying your bills. You got to pay your bills. Somebody stood up from one of the countries, 28 countries, and only 7 were paying what they should be paying. 28 countries, think of that. And these countries, now we added a couple, but 28 countries. And they said, sir, could I ask you, I said, you have to pay your bills. They said, sir, may I ask you a question? If we don't pay our bills, will you protect us from Russia? I said, you mean you're delinquent? They said, yes, we're delinquent. Let's say we're delinquent. Would you protect us? I said, no, I will not protect you from Russia. The money came in by the billions. It came in. There's never been, right? There has never been. Where's Waltz? Where's Congressman Waltz? Am I correct, Mr. Guy? This guy loves the military. He gets sick when he looks at what we're doing, but he loves it. Is that right? I got billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars came pouring in.
We're not in
As he
Discord,
said,
so I
"Oh,
can't
this
play my
guy's a little different than the other
soundboards of
guys."
Trump talking about the
But
billions
Joe
and
Biden
billions.
is a part-time president while you are working overtime to get by. He's a part-time president. He doesn't work. Well, he can't work because he's mentally no good. He's shot. But he was shot 25 years ago. You know, he was never a smart person. In fact, Ted Kennedy was actually a friend of mine. Can you believe it? Because of Palm Beach. He lived in Palm Beach. The Kennedy compound, for those that think the Kennedys are struggling, they had the Kennedy compound, but I did him a favor and he liked me and I was very good to him, actually. And I said to him, Ted, let me ask you a question. Who's the smartest senator? Tell me. And he gave me a name, but I won't say it because I can't stand the guy, okay? I'll tell you later, Marco, who he said. It wasn't you because you weren't there yet, so it can't. But I said, who's the smartest? He gave me a name. I said, so who's the dumbest? He goes, probably Joe. This is like 20 years ago, 20-something years ago.
Never underestimate Joe's
I said,
ability
who's
to fuck
Joe?
shit
He
up.
said, Joe Biden. I said, really? He's a dumb guy? Yeah, he didn't understand policy. He didn't understand tax. He didn't understand anything. He's hale and hearty and well-met. And outside of his really bad hair, he's, you know, sort of a good-looking guy at the time, right? I think the facelift did not help him. No, he said, I'm going to get myself a facelift. I'm going to give it one more try. You know, he tried it 3 or 4 times. Didn't work. He tried it 3 or 4 times. Then he said, I'm going to look great. I'm going to get a facelift. You know what took him so long to get into the race? The facelift didn't work. Under my leadership, we will make America affordable again so
Thank
that every
you,
American
Fatty.
family can afford
Much
to
appreciated,
take a
darling.
thing called a vacation. Isn't that nice? And
Look,
on
we'll
day
break the
one, we will
monotony.
throw out Bidenomics and replace it with a thing
Oh,
called
wait. We better wait a minute.
MAGA-nomics.
Really? Is that where we're going now?
We will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world. I will repeal every disastrous Biden regulation, of which there are many. Cancel Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. How stupid. And we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill like we never drilled.
We gonna drill like we never
We were
drilled
energy
before.
independent 4 years
Wait,
ago. Think of it. We're going to
We
be
gonna
energy
drill
dominant within
like we
months. 4
never
years ago,
drilled
energy independent.
before.
I will deliver
Hawk!
large tax cuts, larger than we even have now. You know, I tell the story to people.
I'm
It's
just you
hard
don't
to
have to
believe.
drill for you. Don't
I
worry.
reduced taxes, the largest tax
Nothing
cuts in the
weird.
history of our country. I reduced
Okay,
them
we have
bigger
to
than the
show
Reagan tax cuts many years
Flatty's
ago.
hot dog.
And with a lower rate, following year, we took in much more. So we're getting much less. That meant for small businesses, large businesses, because that's what the job creators are. For middle
This
income
is the meme
people,
of the
low
month.
income people,
There'll be a new
everybody.
one.
And he wants
July
to
or
let that
whatever.
expire. And if you do, your taxes are going to go up about 5 times, 4 times to 5 times
Give it
more.
6 months.
How would
nobody
you
will
feel
remember
if they
you.
raise your taxes by 4 or 5 times? Not 2. And remember that when you're going into the voting booth, do I want to have a
Rooster.
terrible president who has no idea where the hell he is? And less importantly, do I want to pay 4 times more tax? And remember, what I'm going to do is something that nobody has ever even thought about doing.
Joey.
No tax on tips. For all of you waitresses, for all of you caddies at Doral. You know, I came to Doral and there were some caddies.
To be
at the
honest, I
shack.
don't think
Call
a
it
ton
Caddy
of.
Shack. It's the most beautiful caddy
I'm
shack
pretty
I've
sure
ever
most
seen.
cash tips don't get
They're
reported.
the world's most beautiful. They sit down, watch television.
Oh, bullshit. Yes, they
And,
do.
I never had this.
They didn't
before.
used to, but they do
were out
now.
around. They're very sweaty
Because
very,
they
very
watch
sweaty.
them now.
You know,
They
look,
know
they're
they're
carrying
getting
bags all over
taxes,
the
so
place. Not
or
easy.
they
It's
know they're
100
getting
degrees out
tips.
today,
So
103,
If I
104.
leave a cash tip and I don't
And
write
they saw
anything,
me and they
it's on
gave me
credit
the
card
biggest
Doesn't
hug. I
matter.
said, "Get the hell out of here! You're soaking wet."
you got somebody
I
there
said,
going,
"Why do you like
"Mhm."
me so much today? But in the past, you
And a
never
lot of it isn't cash.
touched me and kissed
I know.
me and hugged me."
I mean, anything on
Very
credit card,
simple, sir.
the
No
tax
tax on
before
tips.
you
Thank you
go
very
to
much.
the employee.
So for caddies,
You
for
can
waitresses,
go.
I mean, it's tremendous.
But like the
And
pizza
it's a
delivery
very
guy to
complicated
hand,
thing,
the
frankly,
$10 bill or whatever,
for the
he's
government
putting that
to
right in his
collect. But
pocket. He's
they've
not
issued
giving
new
that to
rules and
anybody.
regulations that make it very bad for people. The reason I thought of this, I was in Nevada, where we're leading, by the way, a lot. We're up by like 14 points in Nevada. That's supposed to be a little bit Democrat territory, but we're leading in Nevada. And a waitress came over, beautiful waitress, and I
That's
never like talking
bullshit.
about.
Did you
physics.
see what
She's
Flatty
beautiful
said?
inside.
She tried to
Because
give out
never
a
talk
Let's Go
about
Brandon
basics,
super chat, but it
Never.
wouldn't
We
let
never
her.
mentioned. The other day, I
Fucking
got very angry.
YouTube.
Some
Fuck off,
man
YouTube.
called Chris
Well, maybe you need
Christie
to make a
fat.
pay thing so that
And I
somebody
said,
can
"Sir,"
replace him.
and
That's
then he said he was a pig. I
fucking
said,
bullshit.
"Sir, Chris Christie
That
is
whole
not a
style
fat
is somewhere
pig.
first
Please
picked
Here.
off.
remember that.
Here,
He
wait.
is not a fat pig. Please take it
I'll
back."
do
And the
this.
guy's looking at me like, "Real? No, we have to defend people. You can't call people fat." So I said about 9 times, he is not a fat pig. So every time you leave a tip for the next 4 months, because it's going to go into effect very quickly, make sure that you write on the receipt, "Vote Trump for no tax on trips." No tax on tips. That's a good one. No, but the waitress said, I said, "How are you doing?" She said, "This worked there a long time. Great person, beautiful person." And she said, "Oh, it's brutal.
I've
with the
never worked in a
government,
job
what
where
they do
you
to us.
get
It's
tips,
crazy.
so.
They come, they put on 88,000 people to go and
There,
take advantage of people like that." And she said, "It's brutal." I said, "I have a great idea. How about no tax on tips?" That was the extent of my study. One waitress. But it's true. It made so much. Isn't it funny that nobody ever thought of that but me? Isn't that weird? But it's a great thing, and they deserve their money. They work hard for it. They deserve it. They deserve it. Marco, you're going to vote
There's a
for
song
it?
about how
Well,
women
you
work
may or
hard
may
for
not be
money.
there to vote for it, but you'll be involved. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. That's why they are weaponizing law enforcement against their opponents. They are turning America into communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela. By the way, Venezuela is much more than socialist by now. You know that, right? We got who's here from Venezuela? Who's here from Cuba? You know, I had it all done with Cuba. They didn't rig the election within 6 months. We were going to have that all worked out. They were ready. Then Biden came in, right? Then Biden came in. He opened it up. It's a disgrace. Trying to silence dissent and put their political adversaries behind bars. He wants to put me behind bars. My parents are looking down saying this was not planned when he went to the Wharton School of Finance. The great Alphonse Capone, you know Alphonse, a very nice gentleman, very fine man. Scarface, they call him in some territory. Here's a scar from here to here. He didn't get it by playing tiddlywinks either. No, he was a guy that, see this man right up here.
It's like the dog throws face pony soldier thing.
If he ever had dinner
Young
with
people
Al
are like, I don't know what
Capone
the
and
hell
Al
you're
Capone
talking
didn't
about,
like
bro.
him, he'd look at him and say, are you mocking me? And this guy would go, no, I promise I'm not. But if Alphonse didn't like you, you'd never see him again, darling. Your husband would never be home again. He'd right now be a part of a foundation of a very tall building.
Oh, where'd you go?
But Al Capone got indicted less than I did. Think of it. Alphonse Capone. My parents would look down. They were so great. They're saying, how did this ever happen to my son? But you know what? We're finding
talking
out,
about Al
and
Capone?
everybody knew, and I've been saying it's a total fraud. It was election interference. That's all it was. All Biden. They're all Biden indictments, the local ones, the state ones. They're all Biden indictments. He's a bad guy. And he's unleashed a horrible thing on this country. He's really done. Wouldn't you say, Byron? He has unleashed a horrible thing because, you know, that can happen the other way around, too. But the Supreme Court came out with an incredible decision this week, and I have great respect for the courage that they've shown. Great respect for the courage that they've shown. They have great intellect.
Their next
and great,
decision is just going to be that
insight.
Donald Trump
Incredible
is
insight. They got it. They saw what was
God
happening.
Emperor for life.
Not only with
and then,
me, but with other people. What they did with the
lineage
Fisher
passes
verdict. You know
down.
the Fisher verdict, right? That has to do with the J6 people.
So
they had
that's what happens when you
great
put
decisions.
conservatives on the Supreme Court.
Decisions on regulations that are going to free up businesses and allow businesses to hire people and thrive. All of their persecution is only happening because I am running for president and leading very big in every single poll. And we're not just leading against crooked Joe Biden. We're leading
Probably
against
slimmer because he
Kamala,
fucking sweats
and we're
about
leading against everybody else.
10
And our
pounds
senators and our
every
congressmen are
rally.
coming in with us. We're going to have a big,
He's
big
under the lights
day,
in
most
Florida.
important day. The
In
radical
the
left
suit.
Democrats have spent
Fuck.
this entire election posing as defenders of democracy. You ever hear Biden? He's a threat to democracy. He doesn't even know what the hell the term is. Trump is a threat to democracy.
He's forgetting the part, our democracy
Low
part.
IQ. He's a low IQ individual. But they're lying in the entire world of Joe Biden's condition. I mean, you see his condition. You see them frantically trying to overturn the results of 50 state primaries and install a new candidate at the behest of their very rich donors. Do you know that we took in record numbers over the last 4 weeks, and most of it was taken in with small donors, $61 on average, $61. And those people vote. But the Democrats, I think that their funding is stopping because I think they're rich donors. They have a lot of rich donors. We have some, but we don't really focus on it. We focus on the small donor. To me, one thing, every small donor votes. The rich donors there in Monte Carlo during the election. You know, how's the election going? Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. He is a major threat to democracy, and Democrats are the ones who really want to destroy democracy in our country. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024.
Right.
And every time the radical
Well, big
left
talk.
Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me,
Now,
I
can we watch the
consider
Capitol
it a
again?
great
I'm bored.
badge of honor. I do. Because I'm
No.
being indicted for you.
Non-approved
Never
activity.
forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's as simple as that.
That's a winning line for him. They're coming after me because I,
It's a lot of
represent
fun.
you.
It's a lot of fun being indicted. Thank you. I didn't know. What does it mean to be indicted?
Might not be all true, but
Thank you.
it's a good line. It sells well.
We get it, Arby. You don't like Trump. It's
No.
hard when there's two egos in the room and they
They
both
wanna
can't fit on the
silence me
screen.
because
That's
I
what
will never let
happens
them
with you
silence
boys
you,
that
and in
have
the
big
end,
egos.
They're not after me. They're after
Well, no,
you.
I'm-
I just happen
I'm
to be.
No, I'm
standing in
fucking
the way, and I
serious.
always
It
will be
happens with
standing in the
everybody
way.
I know that's got a dude
I'll,
that has big
I'll,
egos.
I'll
We're
just
not
be
gonna
critical
let
because he's
happen
on
to
screen.
our
I
country
thought
what's
I thought
happened
we
to
have
so
to
many
talk
countries
over it
that
a little
many
bit.
of you people were very much involved
Yeah,
in.
you
I'll just
see?
shut up
Through
and
your
hot
parents,
glue
through
and
your
slobber if
can't
that's
do
what
it.
you
happened
He's
to so
prefer.
like,
many of
oh
those
god.
countries. We're thrilled to be
I'll
pull a
joined tonight
Baxter.
by many
I'll pull a
fantastic
Baxter.
Florida Patriots, including
I
a
can't
man who's become really a friend of mine. We had a vicious campaign for a while.
There you go.
And he was tough
just
and he
lick the
was
shit out of
smart.
myself.
And I got to really know him well
Imagine
over the
it's
years,
Trump that
and
I'm
he's a
licking.
fantastic guy, Senator Marco Rubio. Marco, thank you, Marco.
You've got it, Flatty. Hey, Ty.
Thank you. And you have a great tandem because you have another great senator who was a great governor, fantastic
Sonny?
governor,
I mean,
Senator Rick
Sonny.
Scott. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. We have a lot of congressmen. Let's introduce it. What the hell else do we have to do, right? Should we introduce? And by the way, at the end, do you want the music or do you want no music? Music, ready? Music
Yeah, stripper music.
or
Let's
no
do it.
music? Ready?
I
Who
want
wants the
stripper
music?
pole, too. Come on, that would be great.
Who wants a little bit
Stripper
quicker?
music,
No
pole comes
music.
out of the stage. Trumps.
I want it like
know
I'm
we have
playing
music tonight.
bingo. Give me stripper
the music ready.
motherfucker.
Get the music
Trump
ready.
rips off his suit, starts dancing on the damn pole.
We have some incredible, talented warriors, representatives.
Come on, it would be
Corey
great.
Mills. Corey,
It would be
thank
the
you.
best moment
Thank you,
in
Corey.
politics ever.
Great guy. Brian
My friend
Mast.
Blisterville.
Brian.
YMCA.
Thank you, Brian.
That's right. Let's do it.
Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike. Doing great.
Who are these people?
Man, I'm not going to get into a fight with him anytime soon.
All the
Byron
people
Donalds,
that are
who's
sitting around,
fantastic.
all Congress people, they're hanging out in the crowd.
His wife, by the way, is a true expert on education. I say, stay ready. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Thank you, Donna, for being here. Appreciate it. Great,
Did you see
great
how they
person.
made Joe orange?
Maria
The
Salazar.
Joe getting you to vote for whoever's more orange.
Thank you, Maria. Right. Thank you very much. Carlos Jimenez. Carlos.
Boo! Did you hear
Good man.
that? Nobody likes
Mario
him. Fuck that.
Diaz
Yeah.
Balart. Thank you.
Oh, they like him.
Thank you.
I don't even
Great
know who
job.
these people are, but
You have a fantastic
know what they
lieutenant
don't
governor who's here.
we know who they
Jeanette
don't like.
Nunes.
Exactly.
Jeanette, thank you very much.
There was
Thank you.
one,
Thank
man.
you,
It was
Jeanette.
huge.
Thank you.
Boo.
And Florida State Senators Debbie Mayfield. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you
Ray
very
knows
much.
her.
Ileana Garcia. Thank
For
you.
the boost.
Ana Maria Rodriguez. Thank you. Great people. State Representatives Jessica Baker. Randy Fine. Where's Randy Fine? Good. Thanks,
Randy
Randy.
Fine. That sounds
Kevin
like
Steele. Paula Stark. Juan Carlos Porras. Alina Garcia.
Better stand quick. Wave fast.
David Barrero.
Yeah, these people are way down on the
Fabian
list.
Trump's like,
Hasebe.
holy fuck.
Fabian, thank you.
The entire crowd's like, no,
Tom
we came for Trump,
Fabricio.
not these people. We
Not
don't even
going
know
to
who they
the
are.
crowd,
Thanks, Tom.
bitches.
Like, we don't even care to
Vicky
boo you.
Lopez.
Imagine that. You don't
A
even get
very
a
good
response.
guy,
That's the worst.
fantastic
At least if they boo
person,
you, you know,
great
they know you.
politician, frankly, but he loves the state. Incoming Speaker of the Florida House, Danny Perez.
Oh,
Thank you,
They like
Danny.
him.
Good job. Good luck, Danny. That should be an easy job. Good luck.
Rooster,
And
I'm
Alex
voting for the
Rizzo.
first guy that
Thank you,
names our
Alex.
enemies. Trump.
A person who I know personally
Israel.
does a fantastic job as the mayor of Doral, Christy Fraga. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Great job. Appreciate it. Vice Mayor Oscar Pugue Carvey. Oscar, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Oscar. Councilwoman Digna
God,
Cabral. Thank
Can
you.
you just
Digna.
say
Thank
we
you
thank
very much.
all these people that are on this list right here?
Sweetwater Mayor Jose Pepe
Don't know who it is?
Diaz. I've
Come
known
look
him
at
a
the
long
list.
time.
I mean, honestly, he's making me
Pepe.
feel like I want to vote for Biden
Weston
more and
Mayor,
more the longer he's
Margaret
talking.
Brown. Thank you, Margaret.
Jeez.
Wait, we got a
Oh,
lot of
that'll never
politics. You have
happen.
you no idea. I'm introducing about 25%. We did it by
You
the
just got to
look of
stop
the draw.
talking
Miami-Dade
names.
County Commissioners
Go back to making
Kevin
fun of
Cabrera
Biden. And I'll start
and
leaning back towards
J.C.
Trump. You know?
Bermudez. J.C., thank you. Great people, great politicians, but good politicians. The next Miami-Dade County Sheriff, Rosie Cordero Stutz. Thank you, Rosie. Good luck. She has my endorsement. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
So all three people are here.
Ambassador
With no name, go vote
Carlos
for her.
Trujillo. Carlos Trujillo. Thank you, Carlos. Great job you're doing. A friend of all of ours, and this woman is amazing. Laura Loomer. Where is she? Where's
Laura the monkey.
She is amazing. Felix Lasarte. Felix. Where is Felix? My lawyer. He's my lawyer. How am I doing? Am I getting the damn zoning done, Sheila? He's doing a great job. And my sons, and we have one of my sons, this is the first time he's ever done it. First of all, one you know, and he's an incredible guy. He's very tough. He's very, very strong. Great speaker, great talent. Donald Trump Jr. And another son who's here tonight. I love when my sons and family come. You know, it's really nice. Somebody who's fantastic, works so hard, so
But no
smart.
ex-wives that I
Has
don't
a
get along
great
with
wife,
anymore.
great wife.
Or cousins that write
Does
books about
Don.
me.
Well, it's fun.
Oh,
I don't.
you
Or
like
whatever.
I
Laura,
wouldn't
right?
get along. I don't get along with any of my exes. I mean,
Let's
that's
get off,
cool.
Eric, and let's talk about Laura. Laura's only the head of the Republican Party. She's upwardly mobile.
You know,
She's
I mean,
upwardly
it's his party now.
mobile.
He's got control of
A
everything.
man
He-
who's done an incredible job at the company.
It's
I
Trump,
think there's never been a
Trump's
human
party.
being that's had more subpoenas. Every day, Congress would serve a subpoena on
Yeah.
him, and he has done some job, I'll tell you. Eric
Nobody.
Trump.
They ain't brought anybody else forth that I can. See, I think they're gonna try to groom him.
Thank you. Great job. And a very young man. This is a young man. He just turned 18. Oh, look at this.
Look at this. What?
A very
Look at
young
fucking
man
What?
who's now going to college, got into every
Oh.
college he wanted to, and he made his choice. And he's a very good guy, I'll tell you. You know, I'm not allowed to call them boy, but he is my boy. He's my boy. They're all my boys, right? When you have sons, it can be any age. They're your boy. They're always going to be. And he's a very special guy. Barron Trump. This is the first time he's ever done this. Barron. Where is Barron?
He's like, I ain't standing up.
Stand up. Look at him.
Look, he didn't want to stand up. He's like, fucking don't
is
make
so
me a big
tall.
fucking dummy here.
I mean, it's
He is
gotta
so
be
tall. When he stands up, he stands over everybody else.
That's the first time he's done it. That's the first time, right? Hey, you're pretty popular. He might be more popular than Don and Eric. And we got to talk about this. Hey, Don, we got to talk about this, huh? All right. So, Barron, it's good to have you. Welcome to the scene, Barron. I don't know. He had such a nice, easy life.
He has
Now it's
grown a
little bit
lot.
changed. Anyway, a special guy, right?
Yeah, it's
Also,
amazing. You know,
Some grandchildren
don't
who
see
are very
people on, like, regular
talented.
basis.
Two of them
You
are
see them here
great
and there.
golfers,
This is
really
the,
great
you know,
golfers. You all
Stephen
know about
Hawley guy.
Kai. Where's Kai? Kai. And a real little killer. She hits a long ball for her size. She can barely lift the club until she swings. Her swing is perfect. Chloe.
Why does he not make a jab about,
Don
like,
Jr.'s
you know,
here somewhere, I think.
he's like, you know,
Vanessa is here. Oh, there
he's
he
got all
is.
the
Good.
grandkids or
Hi,
whatever.
Don. What a good group.
Is that the
Vanessa
rest of his
Trump, stand
grandkids? Holy Jesus.
I mean, I don't know. That's on the
Wow,
left.
she
I think
needs to
that's his
spend less
daughter-in-law or
Thank you,
time.
whatever.
Don
But
Jr. That's good.
no, but I'm just
Still, it's
saying
part
that
of his
Senator,
family.
no, but
and
you know how
also
Biden like
a
has the
real
100
friend
grandkids
of the
that they don't
family. She's
really
been
like
friendly.
truly
She started off in the
you know,
5 years
acknowledge.
ago,
So I don't know why
and
Trump
she
doesn't
made
make
that show
comments
very
about that.
successful. She was the
Showing his
star
whole
of that
family
show,
off.
actually. And she was always good to me a long time, long before I knew her in this
Trying to-
capacity. And
Trying to
she was
not
really
be
a big
children or
star
whatever.
on television. Very, very big. The 5 when
Not
it was
stop.
when it's just in its infancy and it was hot as it could be. Kimberly Guilfoyle. Thank you, Kimberly. And she hasn't stopped. So thank you all for being here. And I know I didn't introduce many congressmen and likes of others, but I think we have to get back to the business at hand.
Yeah,
Is it too
roast
hot for
Joe
anybody?
Biden
No,
for us more.
not bad.
That's what we're here for.
Once you get used to the fact that you're soaking wet, from the moment we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we, all of us together, win the presidency,
I don't
will
think so,
have the
Sugar Britches.
horrible
I
war
think he's
between
just really
Russia
quiet.
and Ukraine settled, and I will prevent our nation,
Do you mean Eric?
and we will prevent the whole world from entering World War III, because that's where we are. We're very close to World War III, and Biden doesn't have a clue. We should have never allowed, if you think about it, Russia, Ukraine would have never happened. October 7th, the attack on Israel would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. Think of our country if the election wasn't rigged. Think of it. Think where we'd be if they didn't rig that election. So we're not going to let it happen again, because our country won't exist. It would be I believe it would be the last election we've ever had if anything happened. I really believe it. We're not going to let that happen. You got to get out and vote. If I was president, though, and think of it, Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country, would also never have happened. It would have never happened. You know, Ukraine, when you think Ukraine, I had a very good
He makes
relationship
some really
with
good
Putin. We
points,
talked about
but
it. It was the apple of his eye.
his
Would have
slogan
never
doesn't
happened.
alliterate
I
as
told
well
him,
as
"Can't
"I'm
do it.
riding with
We're not gonna
Biden."
do it." October 7th, the attack on Israel, I knew it so well. They had no money because the purveyor of funds was Iran, and Iran was broke. They had all sorts of sanctions. Nobody
Yeah,
could buy.
Arby is the
China
dumb
couldn't
one.
buy. China was a massive buyer of
This
oil
is
from
exactly
Iran. I
what
said,
you
if you
meant.
buy from Iran, you can't do business in the United States. And they did very well in the United States. And they didn't buy nobody, but Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. And we had no terror. You know, I always wanted to talk about it when I was president. I was 3 years in, 3.5 years in. I said, I want to just brag a little bit. I want to say that we had no terror. There were no terror attacks in 4 years, but I wanted to brag about it. But I wanted to wait till I got out, and now I brag about it all the time. We had very few terrorists allowed into our country. We had a year 2019 where the charts come out, how many terrorists enter the country. Now, I think they're wrong because I can't believe it, but they actually had no terrorists. 0 terrorists came in 2019. That was a Trump year. Now we have thousands and thousands of terrorists pouring into our country from all over the world, and they're the worst terrorists in the world. They're the biggest and the worst, and we got them living in our country. They actually put down 2019, Trump, no terrorists, 0. I don't believe that, but that's what they have, and that was done by Border Patrol and others, State Department. I'll take it. I don't believe it, but it was very close to nothing, and they actually have 0 terrorists came into our country. We were tough on it, and we would not have Russian warships and nuclear submarines surrounding Cuba 60 miles off our coast. You know that, right? For all of you people in Cuba, congratulations. You're now being protected by Russia. Congratulations. Can you imagine that the press, the fake news, those people, they don't even talk about it. We have nuclear submarines and 5 warships in Cuba, and they don't even talk about it. If that happened to me as president, it would be the biggest story every single day. But they don't talk about it because they're fake and corrupt news.
They're lying for Biden.
When I was in the White House, I canceled Barack Hussein Obama's deal with the Cuban
Rooster.
dictatorship and
I'm riding
reimposed
with
tough
burn it all
sanctions
down
on that
Biden.
regime. They were ready to break. They were all set, and then we had the election taken away. Rob Rick. Joe Biden is gone.
More
weak
like
and soft
tripping and
on
falling
Cuban
up a flight of
communism.
stairs.
Wouldn't
As
With,
let him
you know
post
better
it.
than anybody. So many of you here.
Boy, they are
And he's
really. This is
abandoned the brave
amazing
Cuban
that they're doing
dissidents
this.
while the Cuban people are suffering, starving, and dying in Cuba. Would have been all solved very quickly. As president, I will again stand with the people of Cuba in their long quest for justice, liberty, and freedom. In my next term, we
I
will
think he
build a
should
great
also get
iron
rid
dome
of,
over our country, a dome like has never been seen before, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will
Castro's son up in
be
Canada.
entirely
No
made
Castros are allowed to
in the
continue.
USA, right here in your state, right here in Florida. We'll build a big section. You have a lot of defense. We moved a lot of companies into Florida for defense purposes. I will not cut one penny from Social Security or Medicare, and I will not
Sorry,
raise the
rooster
retirement age
motherfuckers.
by one day. Biden is going to do that because he's allowing these people that come in to go on to Social Security and Medicare, to go into the hospitals. And, you know, we want to be nice, but no country can sustain this. No country can sustain it. I kept that promise for 4 straight years, and I will keep it again. We have plenty of other resources. We're not going to touch Social Security or Medicare. If the millions of Biden migrants became citizens, Medicare and Social Security will be gone. They'll be gone. They'll be gone. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever, ever, ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, and rebuild our capital city so that it's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. Right now, if you leave Florida, oh, let's go, darling. Let's look at the Jefferson Memorial. Let's look at the Washington Monument. Let's go and look at some of the beautiful scenes, and you end up getting shot, mugged, raped. We're going to take over our capital, and we're going to run it tough and smart, and we're going to beautify it. We're going to get all the graffiti off the marble. We're going to fix the roads and the medians, which are falling down all over the streets. We're going to make our
Wasn't there
capital
some
beautiful again.
police
We're gonna
out
do
in
the
like
same thing
California
with
or
our
something
cities,
that
even though
invested
Democrat
hiring
run. We're going to
illegals
work
for
with
police
Democrat
officers?
governors and mayors if we have to. On day one, I will
Didn't I
sign
see
a new
that a few weeks
executive
ago?
order to cut federal funding for any school pushing
Huh?
critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other
I think I saw something
inappropriate
about that.
racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate.
There's still schools that have that idiocy.
And I will keep men out of women's sports. Can you imagine?
Vaccine
Can
and
you
mask
imagine
mandate.
even having to say that? I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will protect
I think
innocent
they're
life,
trying to
and
put
we
it
will
back in
restore
place.
free speech in our
There
country.
was.
Crazy shit.
And I will secure our elections once and for all. Our goal will be one day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. Very simple.
What do you think, Baxter? You like what you hear?
But until then, Republicans must win. You must get out and vote. We want a landslide, and let's call it
Baxter
this.
says he's too young to vote.
big to rig. Too big to rig. Thank you.
Too big to
Look
rig.
at all the front row jobs.
That's right.
Oh,
Right?
wow.
No, we need to
Wow,
make
they've
it too
They've been to
small.
like 200 rallies.
Well, we need
Thank
to
you very
fix
much.
it.
It's a great honor to have.
He's
you.
saying
Right.
that
It's a great
so many
honor.
people
These
still
are real
vote
patriots.
that
They make a lot of money.
the numbers
I guess, 'cause they're at every
votes
rally.
for Trump are so
I
large
go to
that
California,
it's
I
too
have a
hard for
rally, I
them
have
to
the front
even
row
try to
Joes there.
take it.
Well,
If you took the 10
That's-
worst presidents in the
that's-
history of
that's
the
not going to
United
work
States
because
and
he's
added
letting
them up,
they're letting
they
the fucking
would
illegals
not
in
have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and
who
the
are
Biden
going to vote for
administration has
Biden.
done. Think of it. I used to say 5. Remember, 6 months ago, I'd
I
say
think we
5
should
worst.
treat them like
And
invasive
it's
species.
higher than that. There's nobody that's done destruction to our country, and now we find out he probably doesn't even know he
These
did it.
invasive bugs that are around.
Joe, why did you do it?
I recommend
What
killing
did
them.
you
I
do?
don't see what it's going to accomplish because there's like already so many.
So if you want
But I like
to
killing
save
things,
America,
so-
get your friends, get your
Yeah,
family,
see?
get everyone
Some
you
things
know, and
just
vote.
need to be
You got to vote early, vote absentee,
extinguished.
vote on election day, Vote anytime you
You
want.
know, all these
but
are lantern
vote
bugs,
and follow your
actually.
vote. Make sure
And
that
I
it gets
extinguish as many
counted. You
flames
can do
as I
that.
can.
Follow that vote because these people cheat like nobody's ever cheated before. Frankly, they're no good at policy, but they're good at cheating. If
Probably,
you want to
Bill.
help us ensure election integrity, sign up at protectthevote.com.
Me, I can't wrap my head around none of it.
So, in conclusion, from Jacksonville to Miami, from Tampa to Tallahassee, from the beautiful place that I know very well,
I don't know.
destined to right here.
All I
in
know is the more
Doral,
dicks in women's
we
sports, the
inherit the
better.
legacy of generations of American patriots who gave their blood,
It'll be more
sweat, and
entertaining in
tears to
sports. I
defend
mean,
our
it's not better for
country
women. but-
and our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great, beautiful skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, and from right here in this beautiful state, launched our brave American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the face of the moon. Together, they made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world.
Are they really going to play music? Oh, they are. Is he going to sing? He looks like he's going to sing.
Is this American Idol now?
I don't know what the fuck it is. Oh, good night, Mishka, honey. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Have a good day tomorrow. Stay cool.
Well, Rooster, I'm against open borders
But
and
now
I'm Jewish, so
we are a nation.
I don't know how
in
you
decline.
merge
We are a
those two
failing
things
nation.
together.
We are a nation.
I
that
guess the
has
solution
the
is I just go
highest
find a tall
inflation in
building and
50
jump off of or
years,
something.
where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few
You're supposed to make it
short
like more
years ago.
hit
We are
harder
a
or
nation
something.
that is begging
Is that the music?
Venezuela and others for oil. Please,
Yeah, no.
please, please help us, Joe Biden says. And yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia
With or
will
without
be
the music.
reducing their oil production while at the same time
Like whatever gets you
substantially
mainstream.
increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska and elsewhere in our precious land. We are a nation that is considered and consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead only to our destruction. We are a
What's that
nation whose
t-shirt?
leaders
Somebody
are
didn't
demanding
do
all
anything
electric
wrong.
Cars, despite the fact
Oh,
that
they made her
don't
put
go
it
far,
down.
cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with
Nope, just put it
materials
back up.
only available in China, when an unlimited
China.
amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful
ARRIO.
army tanks the best in the world, all electric.
It's a name,
So
but I
that
can't see.
despite the fact that they are also
Oh,
not
she
able
gonna
to
put
go
it on.
far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they
Enrique
also want to make
Terrio.
our great jet fighters with a green stamp
Enrique
of
Tarrio,
energy
oh.
savings, though losing 15%
Did nothing
efficiency,
wrong.
but allowing
Well.
us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions
Okay.
as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen
They won't be
before.
brought. They won't get to come
Who
back
are these
to the
people?
next
Who
rally.
are these fools
Enrique
that will-
Tarrio is
Who
the
are
guy
these
the
people
guy
who
from the
rule
Proud
our
Boys.
country We are a nation
Leader of
that
Proud
ended
Boys,
oil
who was
exploration.
Yeah,
and
but I'm
arrested for,
pretty
production
sure
in the
they're not going to
United
be
States.
impressed that that was
Just as
in the
price of
background
oil
there.
reached an all-time high. What other country
They
Yeah,
kind of
no.
would do
pick and
such
choose
a
who gets to
stupid
do
Yeah,
thing
what
of
in
They
this
all
don't.
chick.
They
today?
don't. The Trump campaign doesn't want to
Self-destruct
be
itself,
associated with
just
him in
like
any
we've
way.
done for
You're right. So
4
he'd be
years.
pissed, I think, if he knew
Can
that
we
was
be
going on back
energy
there.
independent and even energy dominant again? Yes, oh
Yeah,
yes,
Leah, I
absolutely,
am. My
says
heartstrings
President Trump.
strings are so
Yes,
pulled
oh
that like
yes,
I'm waiting
and
for
we
like
will
a
do
child
it
to
quick.
die, or
We are
you know,
a
a dog to
nation
have
that
cancer or
surrendered in
something at the end of this.
Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers.
But if we
American
vote for
I'm
Trump,
citizens
not.
and
I'm
that'll
not
save the
quite
dead
sure who
dog.
thought the
$85
music
worth of
was
the
a good
finest
idea.
military equipment
I'm
anywhere
not
in the
quite sure
world.
about
We
that.
left it behind. And also abandoning
But I really
Kabul,
don't care. I
one
mean, I
of
don't
the
give a shit.
biggest
They can
military
do whatever they
bases
want with that
anywhere in the
side of
world,
it.
and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia, Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never
Yeah, but I
have
think he
happened
does
with
try
me
to
as
stay
your
away from
president,
the,
and for 4 straight
Yeah, I mean
That
that's
whole
because the
thing.
media has built such a like a
Likewise, the
boogeyman
horrifying
Yeah.
attack on
of the
Israel
Proud
would
Boys.
never happen.
when
They
they're
wouldn't
not.
even have thought
And I
of
think
doing
Trump
such
knows
a
that
thing
too.
if
But he tried,
President Trump was in the
I just
Oval
don't think
Office.
he'd be impressed
Iran
with.
was
Maybe
broke
I
under
don't
the
know.
Trump
Maybe he fucking went.
administration.
Yeah, I don't care.
They
Fuck,
didn't have
get
the
I
him
mean, I
money
don't
to
know
fund
if they
himself up.
still
Hamas,
do this to
Hezbollah,
join the
and
Proud
all of
Boys,
the
but
other
like when they
instruments of
started, it
terror that
was
they used.
Gavin
But
McGinnis
those
making
sanctions
a
were
joke
lifted by
and
a corrupt
they will like
Biden administration.
do
And
stupid
now
shit like
Iran is a rich
you know
country with 250
slap each other until they yelled out enough like
billion
breakfast cereals or something.
Think of that. Iran
I was
now
reading an
has,
article once. It's
from
just
nothing, they
stupid
were
stuff. It
broke.
was just
They now have
silly male
$250
fraternity
billion.
stuff
$6
when it first
billion
started. I don't know if
they
that's how it
also
still
got for
functions now.
hostages. $6 billion. And for electricity to Iraq, they were given $10 billion, all compliments of an incompetent Biden administration. And China with Taiwan is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving
Right.
behind
I'm
massive
gonna have to
destruction and
agree,
death,
PD.
and nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, they become
Oh, I agree,
hostages, unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time.
And now that the Supreme Court ruling came out, I
The
read that they're
Supreme
still not
Court
dropping the
has
charges
just ruled
because they say
they
they
should
need
be out
time
soon.
to analyze how that affects their cases. So they're still trying to hold these people, even though the Supreme Court said that they
We are
can't,
a third world nation that
are
has
using
weaponized its
Chevron
law
deference and
enforcement
getting rid of that.
against the
They
opposing
essentially can't
political
hold
party
these
like
charges
never
of
seen before in our country.
interrupting an
We've got a
official
Federal Bureau of
an official
Investigation
proceeding.
that won't allow
Is what
bad
they're really
election
holding these people
changing
on.
facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and to say it was fact. Where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't. But 51 intelligence agents said it was, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt, totally incompetent, and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and is a president who is not legally allowed to stand trial because he is mentally incompetent, but he is allowed to become the president of the United States again. And he is in no condition to lead and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and China and all of these countries on possible nuclear war. He has no clue what he's doing or where he is. And next will be World War III because he doesn't know what he's doing. And this will be a
This is
war
not the kind of
more
ending I
devastating than
expected with
any
this
of
kind of
the other
music.
wars.
I'm
It will
just
be a war
disappointed.
like no other because of the weaponry that no one
It wouldn't have mattered what he
wants to
played.
even
You'd have
think
been
about
disappointed. You don't
or
fucking
ever
like
talk
him.
about. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get.
No, but
And they
if
are
he's
indeed
trying
the
to
It's
enemy of
okay
the
that
people.
you don't like
They
him,
refuse
and
to
it's
discuss
okay
the
that you're
Biden
still going to
crime
vote
family,
for him.
but
It's
enjoy
okay.
No,
countless false indictments of
all I was
Donald
gonna
J.
say is
Trump,
if he wants to
who has
charge me
done
up, he's
nothing
got to
wrong
play
except
some,
win an election against crooked
some like
Hillary
Flight of the
Clinton.
Valkyries or something, not some like melodic, orchestra crap or whatever this shit is. I'm telling you,
We
there's
are
no
a
cancer
nation
kid, there's no
where
dead
free
dog.
speech is no longer allowed.
He wants
and
to
where
charge me
crime
up
is
to vote.
rampant and out of control like never before.
Where's
We
the
are a
energy?
nation that is allowing Iran to build a
And
massive
it's his
nuclear
voice.
weapon,
On the music.
and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 4 years ago, we had Iran,
Yeah, it's freaking
China,
ridiculous what they did to
Russia,
Enrique Tarrio.
North Korea.
They
all
charged
in
with
check.
him also
They
some
respected
like
us.
conspiracy
They were
charges
afraid
too.
of us. They weren't going
Yeah,
to do a
they
thing
arrested him
against
at
us,
the like
and
airport when he
everyone
got
knows it.
into DC,
Now Russia and China
and
are
then they
holding
charged
summits
him
to
after the
carve
fact
up
with
the
some like
rest of the
conspiracy
world.
charges or
And
something
perhaps
on
most
top of
That's
importantly,
such
some
bullshit.
we
other
are a
bullshit
nation that
charges.
is no
to
longer
hold him.
admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. They just
I mean, Trump did say the
We are
Proud
a
Boys
nation,
should, you know,
in fact,
stand
in
by
many
or
ways
whatever.
has
So clearly he
become
was talking to
a
them.
joke.
Conspiracy,
We are a
conspiracy.
nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom,
Impeach
Mary,
him.
that would have been a good one.
We are
110
a
soldier.
nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, and whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked
Oh, you're
at
gonna
the
make
very
the whole
bottom
fucking
of every
bunch cry.
single list. We are a nation that
Iron
just sold a
Baxter's
once great
pouring
company,
tears.
United States Steel, to Japan.
I think that lady in
We
the
are a
back
nation
there
whose
with her
stock
blue
market's
sunglasses on her
continued
red hat
success is
Mhm.
continued
on his left.
and
Yeah,
continued.
I'm pretty
don't
sure.
know. I think she's
MAGA
trying to
winning
stay
the
awake. I
next
think that's the
election.
problem.
If MAGA doesn't win the next election, you will have
Like checking her phone. All right,
in
is he done yet?
1829
It's not what I
times
signed up for.
depression.
Where's the rose thing? I
We're a
want more
nation
rose.
where large packs of sadistic
Right.
criminals
I gotta
and
keep
thieves are
this
allowed
sign to hold my
to
head
go
up.
into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution.
Where's that
where
lady
the
going?
authority
Oh,
of our great police has been taken,
she's like
where their
keeps looking
families
down
and
like she's gonna
pensions have been
disappear.
threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms
He is
of
fucking
illegal
hot.
drugs are
I know
easier to
he's got to
get
be burning
than
up.
groceries to feed our beautiful
I'm hot
families
looking
and
at him.
babies. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation, which is incapable of
I
solving
beat
even
that
the
shit so
simplest of
fast.
problems. We are instituting a powerful death
Okay, let's
penalty
get the
for
fuck
drug
out of here.
dealers,
It's
where
too fucking
each
hot.
dealer is responsible for the death during their lives.
I mean, I get you
of
want to look good, but
500
like,
people or more.
I couldn't do
Mothers
that
will never
jacket
again be
and button
forced to
down
watch
and
their children
pants.
overdosing
Well,
in
and he always has to do them outside
and we
because
will
they're so
never
big.
allow
There's
mothers to
it's
watch
hard to
their
find a spot
child
big enough to
hopelessly
do them
dying
inside.
in their arms, screaming,
You know what it
"What
must
can
be?
I
I
do?
just don't
What
eat
can
enough
I do? Help me,
McDonald's
God, what can I
and drink
do?"
enough Diet Coke.
We are a nation whose
If I
once
ate more
revered
McDonald's and drank
airports
more
are a
Diet Coke,
dirty,
I'd be able
crowded
to
mess.
withstand that heat.
You sit and wait for hours and then are
That's why
notified
Donald
that
Trump
the plane won't leave,
powered on
that they
for.
have no idea when they will, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't see qualified air traffic
Yep.
controllers, and they
But
just don't know
they
what
got
the
a
hell
drag
they're
queen
doing.
as
We
CEO.
are a nation that screens
right.
its citizens viciously at all ports. But if you are an illegal alien, you are allowed to flow through by the millions and millions right over our southern
Oh,
border.
and on the just
We
on
are
the
a
other
nation
side, we'll
that has
give you
lost its
free everything.
confidence,
Yep, and
lost
just bounce
its
city to city
willpower,
every month,
and
couple of
lost
months
its
until you
strength.
can secure some
We are a
papers from
nation
someone.
that has lost its way.
I
But
just
we are
watched
not
a thing.
going
They're
to
doing the
allow
same
this
thing
horror
in
to
UK.
continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great
No, it's
nation,
insane. Our
and we
leadership
will
in the
soon
West
be
across the
a
board
great
has sold us
nation
out. I mean, you see what's
again.
going on in France where they just, said fuck it and they like overthrew the elections that the people chose,
With the right leadership,
putting their
every
own people. Like,
disaster
it's
Joe
crazy.
Biden has created can be fixed and quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified, and it will be rectified.
And
very
they
quickly.
immediately are like, okay, now we got
By
a
this time next
bullshit
year,
government in place
America's
that
borders
we're
will be
investigating Le
strong,
Pen because she
sealed,
did
and
well against us.
secure. Inflation will be in
Get rid
full
of her.
retreat. Our economy will be at a level that will equal and even surpass what it was.
His
4
eyeballs
years
got to be
ago.
stinging.
Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land.
Oh, I thought he
Freedom
was
will
going
be
to say
restored.
law and justice
The
for all.
flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past, and our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will
Yeah, no, I mean, I get that, P.
America
Digits, but regardless of
proud
how
again.
the government is supposed to function,
We
the
will
leadership
make
class has, in
America
all of these
safe
countries,
again.
has still found ways to
We will
usurp
make
the
America
will of
free
its
again.
populace. I mean, in theory,
And
even though it's
we
not a direct
will
democracy
make
in America,
America
you know, and
great
it's not
again.
parliamentary
Thank you,
democracy in
Florida.
America,
Thank you very much.
American,
Thank you,
you know,
Miami. God
representatives
bless
are supposed to
everyone.
represent their
God bless you all.
constituents.
Thank you.
Well, and I don't care what country you're in. If you think for a minute that that your government is looking out for your best interests, I got news for you. They're not. They're just not. I mean, it's just not the way this world works. That's why there is no other way than to just clean the fucking slate. There's no other way. We can sit and talk about all these band-aids, but they're just even Trump is just a band-aid. He's a
So
band-aid
anyway,
for 4 years.
I'll hop
He'll
off.
give half. Okay.
What I wanted to say about Trump, though, since you keep mentioning this, my issue is not necessarily with him. My issue is that I'm very happy with the reformation of the Republican Party secondary to him, towards a more populist party. My issue is that he is a figurehead and he is not very good. Even if you look at like his policy, I was looking through it. It's like 16-page policy statement. It's pretty empty and vague and just platitudes. Those are my issues with him. But I'm looking forward to voting for him a third time. And my hope is that he will, crush Joe Biden with 300 plus electoral college votes, no questions asked, and show very clearly that the American people want a America first, a MAGA, a populist, conservative leadership.
Yeah.
So I'd
know.
like to vote for somebody that's younger, that's
I
more.
give you shit because of the whole ego thing, but I worry when y'all talk about younger. I don't know if you happen to realize what younger consists of, but that makes me nervous. So I mean, you got about maybe, I don't know, not very many people to choose from when you're talking about the younger generation, because they have been groomed, so to speak. I guess not
I agree.
if
Neither
you're
party has
in
done
your
very good.
60s or 70s, but
like Bill Clinton was president for the first time. I think he was like 46 or something when he was elected. Bill Clinton now is younger than both Trump and Biden. And he was president, 30 years ago?
yeah, and his wife was president. Let's be honest. He was too busy getting his dick sucked. He wasn't president. She was. Let's be honest. Come on. He was getting some hawk to ya.
Well, we got another president whose wife is running the show again.
I think that woman is so busy just trying to give him
Clean a diaper.
attaboys and play patty cake that I'm not sure she has time for anything else. Jesus. I mean, to tell you. When they say that, she was his babysitter back then and she's his babysitter now, I truly believe it. I mean, I think she's changing shitty pants.
I think the worst thing the Democratic Party did for itself was force out a Biden presidency because they thought that they could get rid of Trump for good. And instead of solving the problems, they don't have young people and they don't have any like cohesive identity as a party other than hating Trump. That you know, they have no solutions to any of the problems that they're now being slapped in the face with how fucking messed up Joe Biden is. And at least the Republican Party, regardless of how anybody feels about it, has codified around Trump and, you know, the kind of ideal of MAGA. So I think the Democrats, you know, especially if they win this time around, like somehow if they fortify the election enough again, I still don't see how they have a solution going forward. And if they lose, they better really work on figuring something out, because they as a party are broken. I think at this point more so than the Republicans.
Oh yeah. Well,
they're trying to hold together a coalition of neoliberals, neocons that hate Trump, and progressives. And the progressives don't like any of the neos.
Well, I think that you'll find with the Republicans, it's pretty broken too. I mean, there's, you know, I've said it before that if you look at before when the Democrats all had their shit together and they walked around basically pulling the wool over our eyes for the last, I don't know, at least since Clinton was in office. They've been pulling lots of shit over on us, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, look at during Obama's era and all the bullshit they did then. I couldn't even believe it. Was so hard working in a place where I had to listen to a bunch of fucking liberals and the shit that would come out of their mouth. That's when they were just starting to put the whole LGBTQ shit together and all of that. I mean, that's when it was just first, and I knew it wasn't going to go good because they were already praising everybody for the whole gay thing and da-da-da-da-da. And I get it. There's gay people in this world. I get it. But just the way it was portrayed, and the way it's been crammed down people's throat and what it's been built into to the LGBT. And I know a lot of gay people are totally against it. I know quite a few that are completely against it. I still believe that for the ones that didn't have their head on straight, it sent them down a wrong road, which sent a whole bunch of others down the wrong road. So, and now they got, you know, they're whacking off dicks and sewing them on other things and fucking, I mean, enough is enough. And, you know, my mom always said, this is the kind of shit that's going to send this whole country right down a wrong road. Pretty soon it's going to be okay to do this shit. You watch. They're going to think it's okay to do shit to little kids. And you know what? My mom's been dead for over 20 years and she ain't fucking wrong.
Yeah. No, the Bill's last comment. The Democratic Party is a corporate, you know, is a bunch of corporatists who are trying to hold together a, you know, random splattering of electorate who don't really share values when you really get down to it. It's going to be a problem for them at some point. But yeah, anyways, it was nice to catch up. I'm going to head off. You guys have a good night. And maybe I'll catch you on Friday. If you're doing
okay, thanks
Friday.
For coming up.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I'll be. All right, you too. Rooster, I'm gay. I get more rights than you for just saying it. I know. See? It's just, I'm just sick of that whole mentality that if you're a so-called normal person, you're out of line. No, I don't. Well, and I agree, Mary, but we're not going to get that by totally like sprinkling them throughout government now because they're so corrupt and so dirty. There's no morals, there's no ethics to anything. They're fucking ruthless. So if you only take, even if you only take out 3/4 and you leave a quarter of the fucking bad apples from both sides, it's still going to be enough to muddy the water back up. Because eventually, as we know, when you can do something, when you can get something for nothing, while you watch other people work really hard and they don't get that, you'll just eventually do something for nothing because you see it works. And so I think it's the same way in this whole situation. I think that we really have to understand how deep this shit runs. And it doesn't just run in the States, it runs throughout every country. It is so dirty and so mucky. There's no way to fix it other than the ultimate. And that's why I mean, they're watching you everything that you do. I don't care if you're ordering something in the mail. Guaranteed, if it's something of interest, the Big Brother gonna know about it. That's fucking bullshit. It's not like people are trying to hide shit, but we shouldn't have to. That's why we're supposed to be a free country. I hate to tell you, but when I start to look around at everything, I don't think we're very free. No, I know we're not very free. Yeah. Let me talk like fucking that nitwit for the talks for Biden, Karine. We're fulsome fucked up. Today she said fulsome. Look up the word fulsome. Tell me what you get. Fulsome. FULLSOME. Fulsome. Look up that word. Tell me what it is. Just go ahead. Anybody? Anybody get anything? I'm curious if you got anything. Yeah, and I think when Trump says things like, well, we just got to get the votes in and we'll win, no problem this time, hands down. Has he looked at what's coming across the border and what they're reading when they come across the border? There are big old signs that say, yep, walk this way, we will give you everything free. And you should thank President Biden for it. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, sorry, had to look at that. Well, I think there's going to be a war either way, because remember, you have a bunch of Dems that are going to be freaking out. They're also going to be paying people to do stupid shit. Let's not forget the last time. Those people weren't coming out because they felt the need to come out. They were coming out because they were told they would make money. I told you guys about right here in Portland where they literally had ads to having people go down there and protest. And they got money, they got shit. They'd give them tents, sleeping bags, fucking everything it was to live on the street, including something to cook on, food, you name it. And they paid them. Oh yeah, we are at war. But I mean, it's gonna, I think we're talking about a different kind of war. I think it's going to get really, really. I think it's going to get pretty drastic. Either way, I think there's going to be a problem. P digits, thank you. Sarcasm. Don't you hate people who use big words just to make themselves look precocious? Come on. I'm trying not to. Did I use big words? I probably did. You're just trying to get me to use big words. Oh, that's not precocious. What's that word? See, don't do that to me, you fucker. Now I gotta go listen to it. Why? Don't, Blister Bill. I ain't gonna talk on this chat. If you guys are gonna do this, I'll just not read those. I gotta look at this and then I want to know what that word is. Holy cow. Is it even a word? Is it like fullersome? Is that the shit? Oh no, it is a real word. Perspicacious. Which means having a ready insight into an understanding of things. Perspicacious. I love the chick that says it. Perspicacious. Perspicacious. Oh, fuck. Okay, but first let me play this and then I'll look up that other one. Let me see here. Which one do you want, P Digits? You want this one?
Oh, you gotta give it better. Spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give it better. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing.
Oh, thank you. It's a dress, actually, but thank you, Garth. True, the war will come. All the people. She is a piece of shit. Who? Who's a piece of shit? Mary. Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? Okay, let's see. Oh, fuck. Why'd he do this? Obstressor. Nope, let me do it again. Obstreperous. Nosy, and difficult to control. Well, are you calling me fucking obstreperous? Had to look to see if I said it right. That one's one, really, if you just sound it out, it should be fairly easy. Yes, PD Digits, he just plays around, Mary. Don't take him. Okay, don't take him so serious. Don't take any of us quite so serious. I mean, the one thing is we all just try to have a lot of fun here and, hang, and we love having you here, though. Don't get me wrong, darling. I just don't want you to get mad because of, we have really, really great bullshitters and they can be really good. I mean, If you take them too serious, they can ruin your fucking day. So just try not to do that, honey. Hi, Mr. Mac. How are you? How's your world today? We are just kicking back, learning new words like obstreperous, or I already forgot the other one. What was it? Perspicacious. Say that 3 times. Perspicacious. Perspicacious. You're very perspicacious. Just so y'all know, I'm learning new words today. Courtesy of P Digits, and I think Blister Bill was the other one. Yes, it was. Anybody else got some words for me? I'm not good at bullshit, but yes, I fuck around. I know, yeah, I know you do, and you're fine. You're fine. If Arby didn't get mad at Rooster for all the Jew comments, then we can practice tolerance too, no doubt. No doubt. Well, and Arby actually says that he says the comments himself. It's the same thing that we all do. I mean, first of all, real life stuff is the funniest shit ever. Fake life stuff isn't that funny, but real life stuff is super funny. I mean, and you got to have a sense of humor in this world, man. You'll just never make it. The most ugliest war coming. Lester said that people were fighting just 2 hours into the hurricane. I call it Burl because to me that's what it says, but I guess they call it Barrel. At one of the gas stations that was open because they had a generator. Oh my God, for fuck's sake. Yeah, and RV, he's really good about it, and he loves to flip shit. He's another one that you cannot take us seriously. You can't take me seriously either, unless I'm really, really pissed off, and then you should probably take me serious. Chief, what's up? Chief, again, this is all for fun. Nobody's a hater of any of it. We're all just having fun, including Rooster, everybody. Rooster didn't trust me. If Harvey can handle it, y'all can handle it, Chief. You even got the product to make you handle things with just a big old laugh. That's right. If you don't have laughter, what are you left with? Yeah. No, and nobody means serious shit about it. It's all just fun and games. Absolutely no hard feelings or any of that. I think my mouse wants new batteries. Yeah, Jesus is bigger for the White House. No, he's not. Chief. What's up, Scott? How are you? We kicking it. So I should go over some of my shit. about why I did my whole thumbnail. So the one thing that set me off the most. Where's the FedEx? Oh, you know what? I think it's on Twitter, and I hate pulling up Twitter. It just makes everything really jittery. If you did you just say that again? Or is that at the same time? Sorry, didn't erase. Oh, no, you don't have to erase it, honey. You're fine. Fuck that. It's fine. I don't think Rooster's trying to poke the bear. Rooster's just having fun, just like everybody else. And we all just need to chill the fuck out. Because we just here having fun. There's nothing to be pissed off about. Oh, fuck's sake. Chief, what part of he's just fucking around don't you get? Okay? Chill out. Like fucking 12 bung hits. Try it. Rooster's gonna cry. It's not hatred, god damn it, Chief. He never said that. See, now you're gonna piss me off. That's not what he fucking said. I just said that everybody's fucking around here. You can't take none of it seriously. Knock it off, except for me being a fucking bitch all of a sudden. Now you get to see me being the bitch. Stop. You're gonna piss me off. No, you already did. Nobody hates anybody here. It was a fucking joke. Right, Flatty? Fucking walnut, man. Now I need coffee. So now you guys have to sit here while I go get coffee by ourselves. And it's 101 degrees and I'm still drinking coffee. See, Rooster said, you blocked me, Chief. It won't hurt his feelings. Chief, we love you. You just can't be. Am I equal hate? P Digits, shut up. I'm going to fucking knock you out. See? Right there. P Digits, he's just trying to fucking get a quirk. Don't do that. Don't do it. Timed up the etiquette. Stop fucking Lester. You fucking, I'll knock you out, motherfucker. Okay, I'm going to get some coffee, and I might spike my coffee. Yes, I'm gonna up that right now with some. It's not Bailey's, it's amaretto, because now I'm fucking annoyed. LW, what's up? Yes, caffeine rage. Fucking it's on. Okay, I'll be right straight back. Talk amongst yourselves. You want music? I can turn some music on so you don't have to just like hear yourself think. Here, listen to this.
Small
Ah, okay. I thought I had more in my bottle. I think somebody might have been nipping into that. I have some in the RV, but I don't want to run down there to grab it. That was torture, was it? Yeah, exactly. Your face it. Here we go. See, Blisterville black like him. Okay. That, the village people. Something like that. I think they're funny. I love the one guy that looks at the camera and he's got the big smile. He cracks me up. The kids used to have a friend and he looked a lot like that guy. He was a super funny kid. I used to have a blast with him. He was so much fun. He was the one that the kids were all in the living room watching movies and it was dark and all the blinds were closed and stuff and they just had on the TV, and the TV, I don't know if it hadn't, it went dark because they were watching a movie, so it had went dark or something. It was like right as it was getting ready to play or something, and I couldn't see anything, and I was like, where the hell are you kids? And I didn't want to walk out there and step over them, and I couldn't see nobody. All of a sudden, I'm like, well, then the light came on and I could see everybody, but I was like, where the hell's Dylan? And he looks up at me and his eyes, I could see his eyes then. And before I can see him, he's laying in the middle of all these kids. And he opens his eyes and looks up at me and then he smiles. It's a big smile and he goes, I look like a jigaboo, don't I? I lost it. I mean, this kid, he was only like 13, I think. Oh my God. He was the funniest kid ever. We had so much fun with him. He was a blast. He used to beg me to put him in the trunk. And then, because I would take him to baseball practice, and he'd be like, come on, let me get in the trunk. He always called me Mrs. my last name, always. And he'd say, let me get in the trunk. And I'd say, no, people will be so pissed. He's like, no, I'll get out and say, look, it's a trunk monkey. I'm like, you little fucker. He just would not. He loved it. Oh, he was so much fun. He was just a blast. And of course, we would do, he used to say things to us too, like, Sean standing over, because, my one son has blonde hair, blue eyes, and pretty light complected. And, and he'd give him shit about, if you just stand there and, turn sideways, you just look like a cracker. And shit like that. I mean, just, they were so much fun. Those kids were a blast. See, and they were just teenagers and they knew how to take jokes. Yes, he used that word, jigaboo. He certainly did. And he was the funnest kid. God, I just loved him. He was so much fun. Super athletic. Oh my gosh. Kid had more home runs than any of the kids that we played against. Any of the kids. He was incredible. His dad was a baseball player, professional. I can't remember who he played for. Somebody in California, one of those. And then his brother also went and became a baseball player for one of them in California. I'm not sure which ones. My kids can tell you, but I don't know. He wasn't. He was not raised by Democrats. He was a really good kid, and he had some pretty good parents. They were divorced, but, they kept their shit together for the kids' sake, and, yeah, pretty funny. They're always there. He was a dad that was always there for his kids, and so was a mom. They were really good, and they would get a kick out of the shit he'd say. Like, in fact, that whole trunk monkey thing. He was when I went to pick him up the first time. He comes running out to the car, and I opened up the trunk, and he put his baseball stuff in, and he jumped in the trunk, and his mother, he said, "Okay, let's go." And I said, "What the hell are you doing? Get out of there." And of course, I had just met these people, didn't know them that well. I knew them from the baseball a little bit, but not that much. And he goes, "Cuz I'm going to be a trunk monkey. Shut it." And his mother's like, "Get your ass out of there. Knock that shit off." And of course, she laughed. Yeah, that was funny. They were so much fun. And we had Sean had a black friend. It was a girl, and we were out playing. Let's see, I think Matt was at baseball, and I had taken all the kids with me. And Matt, this girl Monique, she come running over. There was some cottonwood trees behind us, and she come running over, and she handed me all this cotton in front of everybody. I go, "What are you doing? What is this?" And she said, "It's cotton. I just picked it for you." Oh my God, I'm telling you what, and she did it as a joke too. It was fucking hilarious. Anyways, everybody there laughed. Well, most of them there laughed, I should say. Not everybody, because there was a few that was like, but most of them, because it came from her, I didn't say it. And I just stood there with my jaw open until everybody laughed, and then I couldn't help it. But, yeah, most kids that came to my house, if they were raised by liberal parents, they probably didn't stay long because their feelings would have been hurt pretty easy. I mean, we don't sugarcoat nothing here in this household. Nothing ever. I don't got the patience or the time or the sugar. Hey, Rogan Against Machines. What's up, Reagan Against Machines? How are you? Yeah, so super fun. How are you, Mac? Did I miss anybody? Did I not say hi to Mrs. Mac? Is she in here? If she is, hello, Mrs. Mac. I don't see her. Maybe she's just lurking. Good night, Anne. Sleep tight, sweetheart. You need to do a male and a female stripper for both the guys and chicks on the show. When you break. Okay, no doubt. She getting a bath. Ooh. Hey, well, you better go wash her. Are you washing her back? Scrub a dub dub in the bathtub. You're going to bed now? Fine, Harvey. Go to bed. You're not even going to listen to us talk? You want me to read you a story? Do you need a bedtime story read to you, Harvey? Or would that keep you up? I mean, awake? Sorry. I'm sitting here getting drunk, and no, she can wash her own damn back. Just kidding. You better be kidding, Mac. Jesus. No, you get Baxter too excited. Oh, thanks. Baxter, make sure he gives you a treat. And don't let him fool you with the peanut butter either. Let's see. So what was okay? I wanted you guys to see this one. This is Haktua at the Renaissance Festival. This was funnier shit. What's for supper tonight? Actually, it was hamburger steak and mashed potatoes and gravy. And I was going to do asparagus, but then I went with Brussels sprouts because for some reason, I don't know why, I still have the asparagus, but I ended up going for frozen Brussels sprouts when I had fresh asparagus. I don't know. I had it already in the pan before I realized what the fuck I was doing. I was like, oh shit. Oh well. Shizzy, what's up?
What's up, lady? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. What is this about Brussels sprouts? What did you do?
I did hamburger steak, mashed potatoes and gravy, and then I did Brussels sprouts instead of asparagus. Even though I had fresh asparagus, I ended up going with frozen Brussels sprouts because
Frozen.
had them. I know.
Okay, so
I already had them in the pan and going.
So how did you cook them? Because I got advice.
I just
for
steam
this.
them.
Nope.
Oh,
No. I got advice for you on this.
okay.
Okay, so what you do is if you've got Brussels sprouts, cut them in half.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then whenever you've got those two halves, you cook them face down. All right, and you get some butter, throw some butter in there, and you get them nice and sizzling. Then you get some shallot. You cut up the shallot into fine little bits. Okay, but you're not going to put those in yet because what you're going to do is you're going to add yourself some soy sauce into the pan. Okay, that soy sauce is going to soak up in there, and you're going to add a little bit of beef broth if you've got it. So you add some beef broth to that, but some butter, some beef broth, and a little bit of soy sauce. So it's going to give it a little bit of a salty taste to it because Brussels sprouts are pretty lame in the first place. Okay, and then what you're going to do is you're going to throw in your onions and some garlic. And you're going to mix those in with that, those shallots. Those little shallots are onions. Okay. So you're going to mix those in until they're starting to sear a little bit because the beef broth and the soy is going to give you that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to grab yourself like a little bit of maple syrup. Okay. And you're going to pour that maple syrup in there. And that maple syrup is going to caramelize. And it's going to make, it's going to give it like a little bit of a crispness to it. But you're not done yet because after you've done all that, you're going to get a little bit of sriracha and you're going to put that over the top of it. You're just going to sprinkle it across the top of it. You're going to mix that all up and then you're going to serve that. You're going to end up with a nice, crispy, sweet, and spicy Brussels sprout.
That actually sounds really good. I mean,
know, because I hate freaking Brussels sprouts myself.
Yes.
And don't use the frozen stuff. If you can avoid it, get the fresh stuff.
I know. It was, you know what I mean? I was in a big hurry and I was like, oh, I'll just hurry up and do that. I already put my steaks on, and normally I do my Brussels sprouts where I steam them and I go through that whole process, and I just didn't. So I was like, and that was kind of why
even if you steam them, you can still cut them in half. You can still cut them in half and make the rest of your mixture, and you can still sear those things up. And you'll find if you go to like one of the higher end restaurants, that's basically the same recipe that they're using. Just a little bit of maple syrup in there, and it adds that sweet stickiness to it. And then you add a little bit of that sriracha in there, and you end up with like a nice spicy, like crispy, and it's oh yeah, it's like so good. So good.
I'm writing that down so I don't
Yeah.
forget those important ones.
Yeah, see, you got to understand. My wife and I, whenever she goes, "Oh, I don't feel like cooking," you know what we're making tomorrow. I'm making some stuffed green peppers.
I love stuffed green peppers.
But see,
That's
what
like one
I'm
of my
doing with the
faves.
green peppers is I'm not using ground beef. I'm going to use Italian sausage with it. You cook that Italian sausage, you do some rice with it, you mix all of that in, and then you're going to add a little bit of mozzarella in with it. As you're in the whole mixture, you let it cool down a little bit, mix it all in together, and then you put a little mozzarella over the top of it. And then you end up with, cooking it in the oven for about 45 minutes. It ends up just being like basically meat stuffed into a pepper, and it's no different than just having some meat and a pepper. My wife just was like, how do you come up with this stuff? I was like, I don't know. I just make.
Let's just do it.
I just do
Yeah,
it.
the last stuffed peppers we had was actually probably about month and a half ago, and I actually did it with deer burger that I stole out of my son's freezer because all of mine had went bad except for what I saved, and I already went through that. So, and he's got a whole freezer full. So when I stopped by and grabbed the baby,
And if you're looking for something really quick and easy, you know what ramen noodle is. The little plastic packages, you open up, it has a little mixture in there and all that kind of stuff. Well, what I'll do for my wife and I is I'll grab like a pound of like Italian sausage, like the spicy Italian sausage, and then I'll roll them into like nice meatballs, probably about yay big. Well, I have massive hands, so they're probably like the size of your fist. But I make some small meatballs, and I throw them into a skillet with some sesame seed oil, because the sesame seed oil is going to change the flavor of it altogether.
oh,
I throw them in there, and I just cook those things until they're cooked through, and then I set those aside, and I might cook up some like baby peppers, or like some of those baby sweet peppers, and I just cut them into slices, add some onion in there. And I cook all that stuff up, but I don't cook it until it's cooked. I cook it until it's crisp. Just heat it up, give it a nice good heat. Same with sesame seed oil. And then what I do is boil up some ramen, and I throw about 3 of those meatballs in there with some mushrooms, with those peppers, onion, and I throw that in the bottom, add the broth to it, and the noodles on top of it, mix it all together, and you've got a quick meal that only costs you probably about like $1.
I'm gonna have to tell my son because he loves ramen noodles. That's like
Well,
when he's in a hurry, that's his go-to, and that's something he could do quick and easy. Especially if he froze the meatballs, then he just has to throw it together really quick.
Yeah, you just throw the meatballs in there, and if you've got like the little compote, which is basically your mushrooms, onions, and the peppers, you can throw those in there too, and you can add a little bit of Tabasco if you wanted, or sriracha, or anything spicy is going to really add to it, and you just mix that up. And you have to understand that I had LASIK surgery done, and I worked as a pizza delivery driver. And the only reason that I was able to afford it for 6 months, I ate nothing but ramen. And that's whenever you could buy one of those 10 packs or 20 packs or whatever for like $2, $2 or $3 is all it costs. Because it was like 5 or 10 cents. I was like, well, it looks like, and then plus, because I was a pizza delivery driver, I had like pizza that I could get for free. So I literally did that for 6 months just so I could save enough money up that I could get LASIK done, so I didn't have to wear glasses anymore.
Yeah. And boy, I'll tell you what, that is the best surgery in the whole wide world to get.
Damn right.
It is that there's like no side effects. It's the quickest recovery time of any surgery I've ever seen in my life. And it's instant gratification. And the longer you have it, like for the first few months, the better your eyesight gets over that time. And so I never had one regret on that one. That was the one surgery I absolutely, and it's about time. It's been 10 years. It's about time for me to go get it done again. So
I went in and had my eyes checked out, and they were just like, I mean, we could do a touch up on it, but there's really no point if you, because my eyesight's gotten a little bit worse. That was what, 25 years ago, something like that,
Mhm.
that I had that done. I was just like, okay. And they were just like, yeah, I mean, if you want to get some glasses for driving, but that's really about all you would need. Just get a prescription for it.
Yeah,
my
I
wife,
just figure.
my wife just went in and she's having a hard time seeing things up close.
Uh-huh.
And so they're just like, yeah, that's normal. It's just, age. So get yourself some readers, and they give her a prescription for it. And she went and got some readers. And that's just whenever she's doing like, what was that, cross stitch stuff like that. She has a hard time seeing the finer details of it. And so she got her eyes checked out the other day, and she's like, cool, sweet.
Well, Blister Bill said I had LASIK done in the late 90s, and I
Yeah.
have to wear eyeglasses. I still have to wear eyeglasses, and I have halos at night. And
Well, that
see, I
sucks.
had mine done. Well, mine was 10 years ago, so I had mine done in 2014 ish. So 2000, I think it was 2014. And so, they had that shit dialed in pretty well. They
Yeah.
knew exactly, like, this guy was a pro. He was incredible. And I have had absolutely no complaints. I had really good eyesight until the last probably year, and it's not super, super bad,
All right.
but I don't like second guessing anything. And like, if it's raining, I notice that I have a little bit of a hard time, and I definitely think that that is causing some issues. That
Well, that's-
I can
and
tell that it's causing issues.
I can
like,
I can explain that in a second, but for the halos and those kinds of issues, go back into a different person and have it done. My boss's wife at the time had LASIK done at a really reputable place. It was very expensive. She went in and had it done, and she was having all the same issues, like can't see right, things aren't functioning, I'm getting really bad halos. And she went into a different place, and they were just like, yeah, they didn't do this right, let's fix it. So they went in and fixed the issue that was wrong with it, got it taken care of.
Yeah.
It is because wherever you went, they did something wrong, and you can get that corrected.
yeah.
But that's what she did. But as far as my wife has the same issue, she doesn't drive at night, and it's because and they explained to her what the issue was. She didn't realize what it was, because she said, because whenever she was talking with him, she was like, well, I noticed that after I've been drinking a bit, like my vision gets really bad. Like I get double vision really quick, and I'm not drinking as much as everybody else, but it happens really quick. And she goes, I just thought it was because of my low alcohol tolerance. And what they did is they checked, and they saw that her eyes, and I like to tease her about this, her eyes are slightly crossed. And so what happens is the muscles relax. And whenever that happens, you end up with a double vision, and you're not able to see really well. And they told her, said, yeah, don't be driving at night. It's nothing that you can correct, that cross-eyedness, because your muscles, whenever you've been drinking, relax, and this is what causes that double vision.
I think
So-
Chizzy just called me cross-eyed.
I didn't call you cross-eyed. I said that's what can happen,
Yeah.
especially if you've had a couple of drinks. That alcohol causes the muscles to relax.
Yep.
And it'll cause you not to be able to have good vision.
Well, it actually makes a lot of sense, because Marvin can drink and he's fine. Like, he doesn't have an issue with seeing or driving or anything. And he'll drink, a drink. And I can drink a few sips of a drink, or he can drink all night, say, for instance, and I can have a drink or two, and I'm seeing 4 headlights instead of 2 on the way
So I'm-
home. And so I usually, if I'm going to be the one driving, I don't drink at all.
And
I just-
and
nope.
all it is because of and more than likely you're an avid reader, and so you've gotten used to a certain distance of where you focus, and your eyes on those distances can't focus as well. And
Yep.
at night, whenever you're tired or you've been drinking, that's gonna affect you, and so you get that blurred vision. And I always wondered because my wife was just like, well, I'll drive us there, but you're going to have to drive us home
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I can't drive at night. It just,
Yeah.
I can't focus. And she never said that she could focus, but she just didn't want to drive at night. And that
Well,
makes complete sense now.
Well, also it's funny because this kind of correlates the same thing. So a few years back, I had, I think it was an infection. I want to say it was a tooth infection or something. And I took some antibiotics that I had on hand. And even though I'd taken these antibiotics for years, I had a really bad allergic reaction to it. And so, I mean, it was really bad. Like my daughter's like, let me take you to the hospital. I was like, no, I'll be all right. I just got to get through it. My mouth, my whole face swelled up.
Oof.
It was bad. And so I made it through it. Just kind of had to go through the allergic reaction of it. And I didn't take anything for it. And then a couple weeks later, I came down with Bell's palsy. And it was the weirdest fucking thing. I woke up one morning and I always went into the bathroom and washed my face and hands and went to the bath, did the whole thing. And I look up and I went to brush my teeth and I went to stick my tongue out and it went to one side. And I worked in the medical field, so I knew exactly. I looked at myself.
Did you?
Yeah.
for
And
you.
I smiled and immediately one side just wouldn't move.
Oh,
And so then I stuck my tongue out again and my tongue went to the side. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. So then I started doing this and everything else worked. And I think it's Bell's palsy. So I ran down to the urgent care. I'm like, she's like, what's wrong? And I said, look at me. She looked at me and I smiled and one side drooped. She's like pushing the button underneath her desk. All right, we're going to get a nurse right out here for you. And the nurse comes out and she's like, yes, how can we help you? And I looked at her and smiled. She goes, come right in. So
So that is similar to mine. So what was it? 2 weeks before I was supposed to get married. All right. Engaged. We're supposed to get married. It is 2 days before my bachelor party, which my best man was flying the whole crew out to Las Vegas for a bachelor's party. And just like that big last batch. Awesome guy. And I worked for Geek Squad at the time. And I got up that morning. And of course, this is like a Monday or something like that. The bachelor's party is supposed to happen on Friday. And I go into the bathroom in the morning. I'm brushing my teeth. That's why whenever you said brushing your teeth, I was like, exactly. I'm brushing my teeth and something didn't feel right. I don't know what it was, but I was just like, something doesn't feel right. Something's not right. Like I can't picture it. I can't put my finger on it. And so I come out and my wife, she's getting ready to head off to work. She's a lawyer. So she's getting ready to head off to work. And I'm like, sweetheart, we're not married at the time. And I was like, what's wrong with my face? She was like, well, I could name 100 things that are wrong with your face. I was like, no, something doesn't feel right. And she's just like, okay, drama much, she says that all the time. So it's like, oh, you're a freaking drama queen. You make a big deal out of nothing. I was like, I really don't, but okay, all right, sure. Probably making a big deal out of nothing. She doesn't notice anything, so I head off to work, and I start my day at like 8 o'clock in the morning, whatever. And I get to the first job, and I'm doing my thing. I get to the next job, I'm doing my thing. I get to the third job, and it's hitting close to noon. And I started drooling and I couldn't stop. Like, I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I get the people that are there and I'm just like, I was like, is there something wrong with my face? And they're just like, they're looking at me and I'm still drooling. And they're just like, are you okay? and because I'm working at a computer, I have no idea. I pull out my phone and I look,
like,
put the mirror and it's just like hanging down and I can't blink on one side. And I'm like, oh, this isn't good. And so I call my wife and I'm just like, listen, I don't know what is going on, but I'm drooling out of one side and I can't close my eye. Like physically, my face is dead on one side. And she calls a friend of ours, whose father was like an ER nurse or ER doctor in Florida that deals a lot with old people. And it's like, well, there is a possibility that he had a mini stroke, but more than likely at his age, it's just Bell's palsy. But you need to get him treated immediately because it can become permanent. And I'm like, so I call my work and I'm just like, listen, I have to cut out early, cancel all the rest of my appointments for the day because something happened. I don't know what it is, but I need to go to the ER. Half of my face isn't working, blah, blah, blah. Go in there. And they're just like, oh yeah, you got Bell's palsy. And what it is you got a virus that basically attacks some part of your brain and shuts it down, or blockage or something, whatever. And all you got to do is take some steroids and some antibiotics. This shit's going to go away. And it's a good thing that you caught it early. You didn't let this go on any further. And this is 2 weeks before our wedding. And we go to Las Vegas and my face is sagging on one side. I had to wear an eye patch at night whenever I was sleeping. And I had to like put in eye drops on a regular basis. And we show up, we're at the Bellagio, and I'm standing there at the Bellagio, and I'm just like trying to get a table, get in on a table, and little chickie baby goes, I'm sorry, sir, you're not allowed to chew in here, chew, dip, or snuff. And I was just like, I have Bell's palsy. Yeah, they comped the shit out of stuff. That night they comped everything for me. It was awesome. They have no idea what that Bell's palsy is.
Bitch, I'm retarded. I want my shit free now.
I didn't even ask for it. They just did it.
Right.
But my wife, her biggest concern was that for the wedding, my face would just be drooping on one side because it was bad. It was like freaky bad. And but by the time we had our wedding, everything was fine.
So Mr. Duggar said, one time at band camp, I drank so much, I broke out in handcuffs and came into jail. What did TF say? I thought I seen he said something.
Hey, traveling fools.
Shizzy got balls palsy and it made his mouth go numb.
Oh, nice fools. How you doing, brother?
I have a cousin who he probably did too many drugs in his lifetime, and it makes one side of his face, not like his eye won't come all the way open. Well, when I had that Bell's palsy, my aunt and uncle had their 55th wedding anniversary, and so they did a big shingding for him. And so we went down to see them, and my cousin showed up there, and we took a picture of me and him. And of course, I mean, we look like total retards because here he is with his eye that is shut, and my eye and my mouth. It was the funniest picture ever.
Oh yes. The jokes were made that weekend.
Exactly. I mean, we had so much fun.
But you have to have fun. I mean, what are you going to do? It's not like you can get rid of it. I mean, it goes away whenever it goes away.
Yeah, just you got to roll with it. In fact, they told me there was nothing they could do. I just need to go home, and they said you could get some physical therapy for it. Well, I had physical therapy friends, so I just called them and said, okay, what do I do for Bell's palsy? I'm looking a little ridiculous here. And they're like, okay, well, we want you to chew gum, and there's a few other things we want you to do, some exercises with your mouth and I told him my husband will be so excited. And so we went through that whole gamut, and that basically worked, was just going through what the physical therapist told me to do. So every now and then, like if I get tired, my mother-in-law is the one to always she's always the one to say it too. She'd be like, you're getting tired, aren't you? And I'm like, oh yeah, why do you say that? And she's like, because that one eye, it like gets droopy. I'm like, oh sure, thanks. No, nice to know.
Wow. Yeah, About the only problem I have with I whenever I was born pigeon-toed like so.
Mm-hmm.
And so what my parents did, because the doctor was like, yeah, we can put braces on him, or we can just put his shoes on the wrong feet.
Yeah.
And they were like that until I was what, second or third grade.
Yeah.
That my shoes were just on the wrong feet. It forced my feet to
Yeah.
turn out just because of the pressure on them. And when I was what was it, 2 days before I was supposed to go into basic training, I got hit by a car and snapped my left leg in 2 places. All right, so hit the tibia and the fibia on the left leg, right near the ankle. Snapped that son of a bitch in 2. So I had to delay going in the military. Hooray for that. But what happened is that my left foot, whenever I get tired, it tends to pigeon toe.
Oh,
And I only noticed it.
It's like my eye.
It. Yeah, I only noticed it like probably about 5 years later because high energy, military, all that kind of stuff. You don't notice it, and then whenever I was started getting a little bit lazier and didn't have as much my body wasn't as active. I was like, why in the hell, after I've been drinking all night, it's like, you're doing the all-nighter where you're just like, you've been awake for like 12, 13 hours. And I would almost trip over my own feet. And I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. And someone was like, is there something wrong with your leg? I was like, what do you mean? And they're just like, your foot is all cocked in. And so my foot just will cock in like that. It's really freaking weird.
Shizzy's got a cock foot.
I got a cock foot. Or my leg is or my cock is
it gets all cocked up.
What is it?
It's a
what?
It's a cocked up foot.
It's a foot of cock. What?
So, yeah. My cousin, I had a cousin actually that they did that. They put her shoes on backwards and it worked. And then I also had, I think it was a family friend. They actually put her in cast because her hips were messed up. It messed up everything to where they had to put her in the whole cast. That the shoes just wouldn't work. And then I had a cousin who had a little girl who her hips weren't. I'm not exactly sure what they called it, but it was something with the fact that her legs needed to go out so that her hips would align with the rest of her body.
Okay.
And so they would triple her cloth diapers, and that's how they fixed her hips. And she's
Wow.
fine today. You'd never know there was an issue.
Now, a friend of mine's wife, she did so much running. She did a lot of marathons and crap like that. Like she was just a long distance runner. But because of the amount of running that she was doing, it ended up damaging her hips, and she was having all kinds of problems with her hips, and she couldn't figure out what was going on. Like this is getting really painful. So she went into the doctor, and they were just like, are you a runner? And she was just like, yeah, I mean, I've been running for like the past 20 years or something at this point. They're just like, yeah, you need to stop. Like we're not joking. If you don't stop, you will be crippled within the next year.
Wow.
Because the way that her hips set or her hip bones set or something, it was actually destroying like her hips themselves and her bones. And they were just like your body is not designed for this. Your body is not.
So
designed
can she
to
still
be
do
doing
like
this.
lots of walking and hiking and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Just not that jarring of running.
Well, it isn't the jarring. It was just the amount of time that she was doing it. Like if she would have just been doing like quick sprints or something like that, she would have been fine. But because she was doing so much of it, like she was out running like 3, 4 to 10 miles a day, preparing for doing the next marathon. And they were just like, yeah, your body can't handle this. Your hips aren't setting right, and you will be crippled within the year if you don't stop. Like, if you got a choice, either you can complete your next marathon or you can walk for the rest of your life. You've got a choice.
Yeah, take your pick. That would have been a kind of an easy choice for me. It's like, okay, well, so long, marathon.
Well, and she still gets out and exercises, gets on the elliptical and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, so she hasn't like gone, well, I'm just not going to walk anymore. You were born without eyelids. They used your foreskin to make new eyelids. You've been cockeyed all your life. I got you. It happens.
Gerf said, I was born without eyelids. So they used the foreskin to make new eyelids. Been cockeyed all my life.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Little. It's amazing what can open his eyes.
Wow. Don't be cockeyed.
Don't be cockeyed.
Don't be cockeyed.
No. Cockeye's always better. Flatty said, Gerf, I hawk to you in my coffee. Speaking of hawk to you, I found this funny today while I was looking around.
You know,
So
she
she
just
said
got
she's
paid.
gonna.
She just got
she
paid
said she's-
$30,000 to you skipped out on me. She got paid $30,000 to judge a bikini contest.
Well, she's running around now. I just seen a thing where she said, yeah, she's coming for it. She's got lawyers now, so she's coming for all of us that are taking her hawk to you words. So
Well,
it's like,
here's the thing. You're not able to copyright a phrase.
Oh, good. Thank you for telling me that, so I can
No,
have
you-
T-shirts made.
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
thank you.
Here's the
No?
thing: if you get T-shirts made, just make sure that you're not using her image or anything like that.
Oh yeah, you know.
No, it's one of those things where the being a and there was a Supreme Court case that just happened not too long ago where they were just like, yeah, you can't copyright a phrase of this. Because it would be too common and you would end up basically every single it would be like
Yeah.
copywriting
Bless
shit.
you. Yeah.
Bless you, or any
yeah.
word. Like
Yeah.
too many people say it and it's just like, no, it's too
They're
common of a
words.
word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't take our words away. God damn it.
Yeah. The Supreme Court ruled on that. They're just like, no, you know, just because you want to copyright Trump as an ass doesn't mean you can.
All right, here's his thing. This was funnier and shit. I couldn't help but. Let's see.
Hawk to it. There we go. I did not hear the song. I forget by the guy on TikTok. Look this up when you get home.
Oh God.
It was a phrase that struck a chord.
Oh yeah.
It took the internet by storm. For when she's spitting right onto ya. Hawkatua. 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 What the hell is this show? Jesus Christ. Oh, that was good. Bunch of degenerates. Hang on.
Ah,
Oh yeah.
I thought that was pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Well, good.
Well,
I'm glad I know
it's-
that about the whole.
Well, you just can't advertise it as being about her. Like you know, that's the thing. There's too
Right.
many people purporting to
Right.
be her. You know, and you know, it is entirely subjective.
Right.
So
Right. Okay.
there's, and I mean, I wouldn't stress it. And if she comes after you, you can go, what? You're gonna come after like the $10 I made off of this?
Right.
Really?
Here's your $10, honey. Here you go.
Here, like okay.
Yeah. Well, all I've done is those little videos. Like I've done, I don't know. It's like 2 or 3. Like I did this.
Oh, you gotta give that a spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give that a spit on that
And then I did this one.
Oh, you gotta give it that spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give it that spit on that thing.
I love her little smile. She's so innocent.
Oh yeah.
I had to do this little dude
Oh,
here.
you gotta give it that spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give it that spit on that thing.
He's so happy. I couldn't like that's what you'd look like if you got a hawk to you.
Yeah, I mean, see, all these people getting worked up over it was just like, oh, you gotta just have fun with it. I actually would like to interview her just because I think she would be fun as hell and hilarious. You know, without all of the fluff, and there's just too much fluff out there. But
Yeah.
that would be hilarious.
When she said, "I'm coming for you," I was like, "Listen, you little twit, shut the fuck up."
No, she's talking about the people. It would be like you purporting to be her. That's who she's coming after. People that are saying, "Oh no, I'm her."
Oh. Oh, well, I thought it was like if you
Instagram
copied
and
her shit.
Twitter and stuff like that. Like they're using her name and her image, trying to say that they're her, and then selling the product, claiming to be the Haktua girl. That's who they're coming after.
Yeah. Yeah, which I mean, I totally get that. I mean, you shouldn't be doing that shit anyway.
I mean,
You know.
if ladies, if you like spitting a loogie on it, that's fine. Just know that
That's right. That's not what it means.
That's not what it means.
Well,
know.
I mean, it can be.
I mean, if that's what you want, if you want to be choking down a loogie, that's fine.
That's right. It's all about your dreams and hopes. Hopes and dreams are. There was one that I don't know where it went, but yeah. So, anyways, what else?
What else? What else do you have going on?
Well, of course, we were talking about we'd been talking about, how the whole world's working out with now FedEx has got cameras that they send on to the cops, and the cops have camera film that they send back to FedEx. So if FedEx decides they got something that, they want on you, well, that's cool. They'll get it from the cops. And if they don't have it, and then the cops fight, it's like back and forth. Well, the Ring already does that to you. I mean, find a spot that doesn't. They all do. I mean, there is no privacy anymore.
No, there is no privacy. You think that there is, and it's this idea that you live in a free country. The perception is there, but it requires you to actually be free. And being in a for example, a large city, it becomes very clear how free you actually are.
Mm-hmm.
Think about this. You live in Chicago. Are you able to carry a firearm? Does it invade on your Second Amendment rights? Are you able to say what you want to say, even if it's in disagreement with what the popular crowd happens to be saying?
Mm-hmm.
Are you living in a democracy, or do you live in a democratic republic? If you live in a constitutional republic, that's completely different than your democratic republic. And this is the issue that people run into, where they are given a false sense of freedom. And it's hard for people to understand that if you've got real freedom, then you shouldn't be able to stop anybody from saying something that they disagree with you about, no matter how bad it is. And that includes somebody running down the street naked, wearing a rainbow flag in front of your children, or not wearing anything at all. That would be true freedom. I mean, and it sucks because, that'll piss you off and you don't like it. But you also
there's also the freedom of kicking them off the bike and beating the holy shit right out of them. See, there's a freedom.
Well, no, then that'll get you assault charges.
Well, only if you're caught.
Here's the thing: is if you want that true freedom, it can also turn into total anarchy. There are socially accepted norms that keep people from doing these kind of things. And I think that's where we've run into a lot of the issues. As much as because if you listen to any of the stuff I say, I'm not trying to be like persnickety or anything. I'm just telling you that you have to understand that even the disagreeable, the things that you don't agree with, they are free to say those. They're free to wave around a Palestinian flag if they want to.
Just as I'm free to kick your ass for burning my fucking flag.
That's
I
assault.
don't care. It's
That's
only
assault.
a crime if you get caught. I can still do it. See, it used to be back in the day that humility and shame got you somewhere. So
Yes.
the citizens would actually take care of shit.
But
They'd
they
take you
don't-
out
they
back and they'd whoop your ass.
But they don't have
and
any
then you
shame
would know-
anymore. There's no shame
Right.
anymore.
That's why we got to bring it back. That's why we got to go
Exactly.
back to that. That's why we
Right.
got, when people say, oh no, you can believe whatever you want. Sure you can. But if you try to cram it down my throat, I'm taking your ass out back and I'm whooping your ass. That's how that's going down. So whether you like it or not, I don't have to like what you say, but I can sure kick your ass as well for what you do say, especially if it has anything to do with kids.
Also remember that there is that same comeback, the same turnaround, that you got people that do not like the United States, that speak down about the United States, that if they don't like that you're waving an American flag, that you're carrying an American flag, then you've given them every right to be able to take you out back and kick your ass because they don't like what you have to say.
Well, here in America, the flag stands. So no, in a certain sense, you're right. You do have that right, but I'm going to tell you that right now there's probably going to be 10 flag-loving people standing behind me ready to kick your ass afterwards. So yes, you
Absolutely.
do have that right. But I am telling you that I think if we brought back shame, we would have a whole lot different if we actually let people do what they need to do. And it might have to be, this is why I say that there's no other way than to clean the whole slate. We can sit here and keep doing these band-aids. Here, let's just put that band-aid there. But you got to remember that all those bills that they've been putting into law for the last, 20 years, that's taken our freedoms and our rights away. And the only way to gain that back, you're not going to be able to dig those out and figure out which is what and all that shit. There's just too many. Cops don't even know what the law is. Judges don't know what the law is. They have to go back and look through a bunch of shit to figure out what it is.
yeah.
Lawyers don't even know what the fucking law is.
Here's the problem with cops. They are just there to enforce the law as interpreted by whomever happens to be their boss at that period of time. And I will tell you, for a cop, it is a lot easier to deal with one rabble rouser than to deal with 100 of them. And so this is why being in a group of people, not being the lone wolf, works much better, because they are then at that point having to face what scares them the most. And that is populace that doesn't agree with them, that says, you are not our king. We are not your servants. We don't work for you. You work for us. And there's plenty of people out there that will tell you that as soon as the American populace says, we're done with your garbage, we're not playing your game anymore, and we're talking about to all of the people that are very anti-American, that do not believe in the Constitution, who do not want to uphold the Constitution, that feel that they are above the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
They will feel what the pain that the American people will bring upon them. And it won't be the people that are their opposers initially. It'll be the people that agreed with them. It'll be the people that they respected and admired, that turn to them and say, you're wrong. Because we see how this country is going. That's what it takes. Having your Trump supporters fighting your Biden supporters fighting your Trump supporters, just using this as an example, does no good. What what makes the change is whenever you have the Biden supporters turn to the Biden supporters and go, you're fucking wrong. And you need to stop what you're doing. It's whenever you have the Trump supporters turn to the people that are Trump supporters, but they're using it for ill gain to say, you're wrong in what you're doing. That's not right. That's not how we act. That's what it takes. It takes your own to turn to you and say, you're doing wrong. Because until then, you're going to have the two opposing sides bickering back and forth. You need to have the people that are strong enough for Gutter to turn to me whenever I'm acting an ass, being a Trump supporter, and I'm acting an ass, turning to me and saying, that's not how we act. We don't do that.
Exactly.
That's bad.
Exactly. Yep.
Because for someone that's on the extreme left to turn around and say something like that to me, I'm not going to listen to them. But I would listen to somebody that is on the same side as me, and that's what it takes, is for us not to change the minds of the ones that are on the far right or the far left. What it takes is for us to change the people that are closest to us, to get their minds changed, and the way that they're acting is not being appropriate.
Yeah, I do agree that I mean, I just have a shorter way of saying it because I don't have all them fancy words like you do, but you know what I mean. You do. I have a lot fancier than mine, but it does come down to that. It reminds me, and I just was talking with a friend about this. If I screwed up as a teenager or as a kid, or any of my cousins did, our parents would take us to the family barbecue that Saturday. And after everybody got there and we were all kicked back and sitting around eating and doing whatever. And then my mom would look at everybody and then she'd look at me and go, oh, look, did you want to tell them what a nice little girl you were last weekend when I had to go get you from the cop shop? Oh, fuck. Guess what? You know what? You didn't do that too many times. Either you figured out how to not get caught or you stop doing that shit. One or the other, because that shame of all the family being there and giving you shit would be enough to make you change what you were doing.
Exactly.
And it did. It worked. It worked for all of us kids.
Because you're going to listen to the people that you respect. You're not going to listen to the people that are in always opposition just to be in opposition.
Right.
You listen to the people that you respect. And that's where it becomes very important for whenever you're out there, as a human being, and you look over and you see some ass hat that's acting an ass hat. And although you have the same agreement, you say, listen, we both support the same thing. We both support the Constitution, but you calling this guy the N-word is not freaking appropriate.
Right.
Like, that's not cool. That's not how we act in a polite society. That doesn't bring us any closer to being nice to one another. That separates us any further. And that is one of the media's goals, is to have us as far separated as possible. That is one of the left's goals, to keep us as discontent amongst ourselves. The left strives off of that, to have us being discontent, have us arguing with one another constantly. If you can get the left to turn around to the guys that are extreme left, that are doing their Antifa crap, that are burning down cities, all in the name of love or glory or whatever the hell it is, but yet they're too cowardly that they have to cover their faces, no different than the Patriot Front, and screw those little Fed bastards. Here's the thing. You have to call it out every time that you see it. Every time that one of these little assholes does something, doesn't matter whether you're on the left or the right. If it's not right, call it the hell out. Just because, and this has become the biggest problem with it, is just like, well, they're helping support my cause, so I have to be nice to them. It's like, screw them. They're screwing your cause. There's a reason whenever I was a mechanic, that whenever you had a mechanic that was acting an ass and screwing up his damn job, that we made sure that he didn't touch another damn vehicle again after that. It's because, your actions reflect on me. And that's something that I think Americans have lost as a whole, of saying, listen, your actions are reflecting poorly on me. Whenever you're sitting out there spitting on somebody because you disagree with them, that reflects on me. Whenever you're acting a fool towards them, it's reflecting on me. If you come back at them and say, listen, there's a better way of dealing with this, and showing them the way, it's no different than Jesus Christ did. Show these people the way to act. Act nice towards your fellow human being, and you would be surprised how much that turns. If it, and I'm not a religious person, but I will tell you the biggest response that you will get from the Christian conservatives is whenever you're not out there acting a fool and screwing a bunch of prostitutes and, fiddling with whatever the hell you're doing, but you're actually walking the walk and you talk the talk, that you get better response from the people that want to say, I want to be more like you. I want to be a little bit better than what I am, because I suck.
See, for me, I believe that in a certain sense, that's coddling. And I've never dealt well with coddling. I am a firm believer. I used to have people say to me all the time, Jesus, you can be really ornery with your kids. Yes, because you know what? There's a big ass bad world out there, and those people are not going to be nice to them. I want my kids to have tough skins. I want them to say, you can call me a dirty, rotten piece of shit. Go ahead, call me whatever you want, but I can still do what it is I need to do. It doesn't, you calling me a name isn't going to change it. Now, if it's something that I also taught my kids to pick their battles. If it was something they truly believed in and stood behind, then you stand there and you pick your battle. But if it's something that you didn't feel was that big of a deal, then you moved on. You said your piece, whatever, but you moved on. You didn't stand and fight the huge fight over it, depending on what the battle was. Now, for me, I teach my grandkids, sticks and stones will break my bones, and names will never hurt me. And I really want my grandkids to know that shit, because and I have a granddaughter who has a huge heart, and her heart gets broken a lot, and she has a autoimmune disease, which is plaque psoriasis, and it gets on her scalp and on her arms, and she's had kids that have said shitty things to her, and I had to teach her to not. Her mother would say to her, well, honey, I understand, and kids don't understand, and I would tell her, you turn around and tell them, yes, but you're fucking ugly, and that shit, my psoriasis is going to go away. I got some lotion for that shit. You, however, are going to be ugly forever. And I know that's terrible, but
no, that's how you have to.
As soon you do, and you have to put people in their place. And sometimes you have to feed them their own medicine that they were feeding you to make them realize, Jesus, maybe I was an asshole. Maybe I do need to realize and so it's been done to me. So I know that it does work. And so I believe that when we go to the whole thing of, well, he called me a name. Well, so fucking what? Move on. It's nothing that you cannot get through. Now, is that how I want you to act on a regular basis? Well, it's each your own, and you can do what you want. But no, you're probably not somebody to hang out with if you keep doing it repeatedly. But I don't necessarily mean that I have conversations with people backstage that would probably blow you away of the things that we say, but none of us mean anything bad about it. I think actually you've been backstage and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Exactly what you're talking about.
So, and the problem is if you say that out here on a live, then you've got, 50 people that don't like it. For me, that's my problem, is I don't have that filter to go, well, I don't fucking care if you like it. Bye. Because I can't filter that much.
Well, and it's not about filtering. It's about understanding that those things come back to you. It's like a boomerang. If you treat people crappy, and then act like you're surprised that people treat you crappy back, that right there is the epitome of ignoring the problem. You know, if I come up to you and I slap you and you say, "Hey, that wasn't cool. Stop doing that." It's like you're not going to give. You shouldn't ever give me a second chance to do it again. One, number two, immediately you should have slapped the hell out of me, whether it would be with a lawsuit or whatever. But you deal with that crap immediately. You don't sit there and ponder it, you know, for months and go, "Oh,
Yeah.
well, you were crappy to me." No, that was a crappy thing to do, and we're not going to associate anymore. Kind of attitude. That's the thing that the left tends to forget, is that the right has been very, very, oh, well, you know, I don't want to offend them because I'm trying to make amends. No, there is no making amends with people that are shitty to you. You let them know that they're being shitty to you immediately, and you move on with your life. Don't associate with them. Don't stick around. Don't deal with them.
Mhm.
If people are acting an ass to you, you don't have to change their mind. It's not going to work. They're never going to change their mind. They're going to be just as shitty. What it takes is for you to cover your own. Whenever you're looking at the guys that are your friends that are acting an ass to someone else and they're coming up and starting some shit, to pull them aside and say, "That's not cool.
Mhm.
I'm with you on this, but this action, this little game that you're doing is not cool, and we're not fucking
Exactly.
playing that." And we
Yep.
need to start straightening our own house out before we go after somebody else's. I think if America does that, you're going to avoid a lot of the conflict. But America and our wonderful media corporations do not want that to happen, because it's easier to control you whenever you're fighting with each other, because you can turn around and you can say, "Oh, well, Gutter happens to be right wing and I'm left wing, and therefore I should hate her. And so everything that she says is just absolute garbage, and I'm just going to talk shit about her for forever and ever and ever, because there's no redemption for her because she supports this and I support that." That right there is what the media wants to have happen. And they will constantly push that kind of propaganda to your face. And you don't even realize that you're buying into it. That you just go, "You know what? I don't care what Biden has to say." Because to me, in his world, it's completely irrelevant. The only time that I need to pay attention to it is to make sure that I've got my ass covered. But as far as responding to it, I don't have to have a response for it. I don't have to argue the shit with you. I don't have to coddle you. I don't have to do anything for you because you're just wrong.
Yeah,
What it
well,
takes is for us to get our people lined up, make sure that they're doing the right thing, make sure that they're behaving themselves. If they're behaving themselves and not acting a fool, it gives us power, because
and
then
have lots of
everybody
pew
is
pew
in
and
line.
ammo.
Yeah, damn right. You're right, Rooster. We're not children, but you have to understand that people are acting like children. Especially in this day and age, it's gotten much, much worse, especially with this election coming up. You're going to see quite a bit more of people acting the damn fools. And a lot of those people that are acting the damn fools don't have the best interest in you. They are acting the damn fool because they know that they can get away with it, because nobody steps up and kicks them in the nuts and says, "That's not proper. We're not tolerating your bullshit." And they will beseech your name in the worst possible way. Don't let them do it.
The First Amendment is supposed to protect unpopular speech, and it is. I just think that back in the day, we did have a thing where it was, if you were, so for me, here's something specific. If there was a little guy, I'm just going to say he's passed away now, so it's no big deal, but he was a Mongoloid in our school, and his name was Timmy, and he was the sweetest kid in the world. Loved this kid. And some kids had came up that were new at the school. There was 2 of them that had just moved in, and they started messing with this kid. Now, a lot of the kids, I mean, damn near the whole school, came down on them like a ton of shit. But nowadays, that would not happen for the most part.
No, they'd
because
be
they
out there
would
with
stand.
their cell phone videotaping.
Mhm. Yes. And so that is why I believe there's a huge problem with how things are necessarily done. I still think that, yeah, that it is the unpopular speech is to be protected. It is. But also the right to kick their ass should also be protected as far
Oh,
as I'm
absolutely.
concerned.
No, I agree with you on that. If someone's stepping out of line, you have to be able to do that.
Mhm.
My point in this is if we correct our own, we correct the people that are on our side, and make sure that they're flying as straight and narrow as they possibly can. You're going to have always the people that are a little bit more persnickety than others, but getting them to the point where we don't devolve into violence, because then it just becomes anarchy, and then you lose control. Whenever you lose control of your country, it turns into nothing worse than what they want it to be.
Mhm.
We don't need to have our country destroyed. We don't need to have this second world, civil war that everybody is screaming for. Yeah, sure, the bloodbath is wonderful and glorious, and everybody wants to kick somebody's ass. But if you sit down and think about it, how does that promote anything except for, oh, great, that just makes our government more powerful. We do not want to give power to the government to control you or your thought or your speech or your actions. And that in letting them, in you losing control, you've given them all of the control.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. I just, at this point, I think we've spent way too much time with coddling, and I think now is the time. I'm sorry, but I think now is the time to get fucking pissed. Now is the time to break it all out. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. I mean, if we don't, we're not going to have anything to save. They are destroying our entire country. The fucking
No,
borders. So,
you're getting fed the propaganda. That's the
oh
problem.
no, I've literally seen the videos. It doesn't take much to see. I mean, they're standing there doing interviews with all these people coming across the border, and they're not coming
Oh, I
in
agree with
10s
that.
or 20s or anything like that. Well, that is going to fucking destroy our country. Literally destroy our country.
Right.
We cannot sit back and wait and coddle people. We have to actually just say, no, we're done. We're done doing this shit. We actually should have been on the border as Americans. We should have been on the border over a year ago, over 2 years ago. We should have been there, and we should have stood there and said, no, you're not coming across. Get your fucking ass back over there. You're not coming over here. No. And we didn't. We let them all pile in. And now they've infiltrated into our entire country. And I'm telling you, I don't think that's going to be pretty. It's like having fucking bombs buried all over.
Little minefield.
And when are they going to go off? Yep.
Oh yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I'm talking about, though, is taking control of your own actions. You cannot control the actions of somebody else, but you can control your own actions. And that's not coddling. That's just making sure that you yourself are protected and you're protecting the people around you. And if that means that you have to get physical, then that's what happens. But know that whenever you're getting physical, there is going to be a consequence for those actions.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I agree.
All of these people that decided to go down on January 6th and show up at the Capitol and act asses and become fools, they brought that upon themselves.
Well,
at any point,
I think it was only a handful.
It is only a handful. It is only a handful. But what I'm saying is at any point in time, there's people that could have stepped back and said, I am not doing this because something doesn't feel right. They got caught up in the mob mentality. They became no different no different than Antifa at that point in time, and they should have walked away. And it's not coddling.
For
it's
I'm
just
sorry,
knowing-
but for what? They should have walked away because the way they walked into the Capitol,
Yes.
that's their Capitol.
Doesn't matter.
When the gates were opened by the police, they
Doesn't matter.
opened the gates and
I
said,
agree.
"Come on in."
I agree, sweetheart. I completely agree with
So,
you.
but I don't
but here's-
understand where they were the dumb shit part. I'm trying to figure that out.
Where they're the dumb shit part is they fell into the mob mentality. The people that fell into the mob mentality should have had the wherewithal, the intelligence, the smarts. They should have had their friends saying, "We're not doing this. This is not the time to do this. We can address our grievances in a much better way, but right now is not the time to do it."
Well, we're probably going to disagree there too, because I think the only problem was there wasn't another fucking 10 million of us there going for it. That's what I believe. I think we missed
What would
a
it-
really
what-
good
what-
opportunity.
What would it have achieved?
Oh, I think we should have just brought it all. It should have been all taken at that point. That's where I think all hell should have busted loose.
But what?
Oh, it would have been
achieved?
brought down to its knees. America would have been brought to his knees. We would have cleaned the slate and we would have started over. All hell would have
I doubt
busted
it.
loose and it would not have been pretty.
I doubt
But
it.
not enough people went.
I doubt
Not
it.
enough people were there.
I doubt it. Because that would have just been another excuse. It would have been another excuse for people to come at you. And that's the problem that a lot of people ran into, is just, it is another excuse for them to come at you. Because if that is the case, if it requires more people, then why aren't more people stepping up to the people that are in Michigan, for example, that are having their food destroyed because, oh, it doesn't meet some FDA standard?
Because we don't have, we had over 1 million people there. We should have dealt with it. Then they should have, more of us should have went there, and that's what should have happened.
What
But
would
instead,
it, what would it have achieved? What?
oh,
would
it's
it
done
have
exactly. It
achieved?
would have cleaned the slate. Exactly what I'm talking about. It's
It
not
wouldn't
going to
have-
be pretty.
It wouldn't have done anything.
Okay, so how do you think we're going to fix America? How do you think you're going to fix it?
By fixing ourselves, by fixing people within our own circles. It starts on a local level. If you don't fix it on a local level, you're never going to fix it on a national level.
Okay, so if I believe that, I would have to believe that there is not 1 million laws that we don't even know about. But there are so many laws that has taken our freedoms. There's no way to get those back. There is no way other than stealing them back. That's the only way to do it. I think
Then you're not
going-
getting them back. Then you're not getting them back.
Well, we would, but the American people have to stand up and realize that they can't let fear drive them anymore. Fear
like I
cannot
said,
drive. They can't. We
That's-
can't
that
go with fear
starts-
anymore.
That starts on a local level. That starts with your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
That starts with the people that are close to you. If you can get the people that are close to you to group together, to work together, to not be in opposition of one another, then you can move on to the next level. It is a slow pattern. Everybody wants to have this change happen immediately, and then all that happens is they go, you know what? We're the federal government. We have the power of the federal government. We are going to put everybody in lockdowns. We're going to make sure that we're injecting you with a whole bunch of drugs, and we're going to calm you down. We're going to make sure that your water
So
is fixed.
that's what
And
I'm
if you
saying.
don't like it, we're going to make sure that we are going to cut down supply, and we are going to starve you out. You want to put us under siege? No, we have control over you. And this is the problem, because people are not working together as a whole. It is
So you think
very
voting for a
disjointed.
mayor and a school district will change that?
Yes.
I don't.
It starts there. It starts there.
We're way deep into it.
No,
The Democrats
no.
started we Republicans sat around with our thumbs up our ass and did nothing for years.
Yes.
And now it is so deep. The only thing that there is this whole thing of saying we can pull it apart and we can fix it. There's no way
I
to
didn't
do that.
say you fix it. I said that you need to group together and be cognizant of what each part is doing. Everybody is too disjointed right now to be able to do anything cognitive. They're disjointed. They are
Well, you
not
might be
working
right.
together.
Right. I
I'm
agree there.
very right. I know I'm right.
I
They're
do
very
agree that,
disjointed. If
but
if you have an army that is arguing amongst one another, you don't have a freaking army. You have a
True.
bunch of bitches that are arguing
Mm-hmm.
amongst one another. You have to be very consistent in your message. You can't be giving double messages. You can't sit there and say, oh, well, this is right and this is wrong and this is right and this is wrong. You need to support this person. No, why aren't you supporting this? Oh, we have some sort of purity test because, oh, you did X, Y, or Z. No, you need to be very solid in your message, and it needs to be very forthright. You cannot obfuscate this bullshit where you're sitting there going, oh, well, we need to do this, but that starts at a very local level. You get your groups together, you get your people together, you take over your school boards, you take over your mayors, you take over your governors, you take over your senators, you move the people that are harming America out of the way. And I will tell you, within less than the 10 years that everybody's predicting our country is going to go downhill. Yeah, sure, it's on a downhill slope, but I will tell you what, you've got the people that are on the underside of this that will boost it back up, that will make the changes that are necessary. They'll get rid of the crappy school boards. They'll get rid of this DRE bullshit. You'll get rid of all of the social justice warrior crap. You'll be teaching your sons and daughters that it's not appropriate to be chopping parts of your limbs off or adding extra limbs to yourself. You start there. And whenever you get that shit under control, you move up to the next level. You build your community up. Because
well,
then
see,
you
I
become
live in
resilient,
liberal
and
land.
it doesn't matter what the rest of the idiots are doing, because they can't control you.
But I live in liberal land. There's no way for me to restructure my local government that way. I live in liberal land. None
Yes,
of that.
there
They've
is.
already bullshit. They've already been totally brainwashed. And how are we going to change this when we've moved in all these illegals that are now totally brainwashed, believing the same thing that the Democrats are believing, which is that we're just going to get handouts if we just vote for the Democrat side. It'll all be handed out to us.
Sweetheart,
I
who's your
just
local
don't
mayor?
think there's a.
Who's your local mayor?
His last name is, I want to say, Baker.
Why isn't it Gutter Girl?
Oh yeah, right. There's there's too many liberals here. They would never vote for me.
Gutter Girl. Why isn't it Gutter Girl?
Because they would never vote.
This is what I'm talking about. You're looking at going, oh, well, we need to change our federal government. Why can't you, if you can't change your local government, what makes you think that you're ever going to get the support to change anything on a federal level?
Oh, I don't think you understand what I'm talking about.
No,
when I say it's time to go, when I say
saying.
it's time, it's clean the slate. It's not going to be pretty. There's not going to be grocery stores. There's not going to be, I'm telling you, it is time to go down heavy.
Gutter Girl, this is my point right here that a lot of people fail to recognize because they're wanting this big, massive change that happens all of a sudden. That's not how change happens. You have to convince people within your community. If you cannot convince people within your community that your community is running aground, then there is something wrong right there. Because how do you think that you're going to ever be able to convince a population of millions of people that your way is right? You have to start on a local level. You build your local level up. If you're incapable of doing that on a local level, then you are in the wrong place, and you need to start where you can make a change. And I'm not saying this to be mean or anything.
No.
But it is imperative. If you cannot change it on a local level, that tells you you're not going to be able to change it on a federal level. And it frustrates me to the most that you need to focus on this local level, get these people to change their mind, and you would be surprised how many people actually support you if your message is clear and you're being truthful with these people, that they go, you know what, you're right. And it doesn't matter whether I'm a liberal, but I agree with you. There's things that are not good in my community. Let me fix my community. Teach me how to fix my community. Make my community better. My community gets better, and that grows, and that grows, and that grows. And you remove the rot from your community. You have your community saying, no, I am not allowing my daughter to rip off her breasts. I am not allowing my son to chop off his wang. I am not allowing a community of immigrants to come in here. We are not playing that stuff, because you have convinced your community on a local level to make that happen. And when that starts to spread, it spreads like wildfire. There's a reason why Florida ended up becoming a beacon to everybody that was just like, holy crap, Florida is just like it's like the land of the freedom. No, it's not. It's just as freaking liberal as the rest of the goddamn places. But you have a few people that are working on that local level to build it up. And that's my point. You really need to build your local level up. Doing this on a mass scale, all it does is lead to more angst amongst the people. That's what our government wants. They want to have angst amongst their people. We're easier to control whenever we're arguing. It is so hard to control us whenever we can take our local level and say, we stand united together.
But they've already been brainwashed. There's no way to.
Yes,
they've
is.
already. They've already.
Then how do you think you're ever going to make it happen on a federal level? Then you have doomed it already from the get-go.
I don't think you understand that. I don't.
Do
the
understand.
Federal level is not that it would all be gone, because this doesn't. It doesn't start with just the citizens of here and now.
Yes, it does.
This is so much bigger than that. There are people that run our entire country that we don't yet. It goes so much deeper that we have no choice. But this is why I say it has to be brought down to its knees, because there are people running the show.
You're never going to make it happen you're never going to make it happen on a federal level. If you cannot make it happen on a local level, you're never going to make it happen on a federal level.
I beg to differ. I think that we can, and I think it's going to be. I think there's going to be huge perils, and it's going to be extremely excruciating to see everybody have to go through it. But I think
it's not going to happen.
No other way. I think that as long as we think that we can change this by going local, we will continue to watch our country be destroyed. Everybody has been saying, let's go local. Let's do this. Let's do that. They are destroying our country. They now
change. If you cannot make here's the thing. If you cannot make the change in yourself, how do you expect to make the change in somebody else?
What am I supposed to change? I believe my beliefs. So why should I change my beliefs?
It goes back to this old Bible parable, whatever you want to call it, where it's like, remove the stump from your eye, that log from your eye, before you go aiming to get the splinter out of mine, because you're looking to remove a small portion of what's going on in the federal government. You haven't been able to control the bullshit that's going on in your local community. If you can't handle what's going on in your local community, then there is no way you're ever capable of handling what's going on a federal level, because it goes much further, much deeper. You've got much more opposition on the federal level than you'll ever have on a local level. That is what I'm saying. And I think that this is what people are failing to recognize. If you cannot control what's going on in your community, if you cannot fix your community, how in the hell do you expect to be able to fix it? And this is what fucking Republicans do every goddamn time is they get their ass so far up their ass, their head so far up their ass that they're just sitting there going, "Oh, we're gonna bring it all down. We're gonna destroy it. We're gonna just bring it down. We're gonna crush it, and we're gonna make it happen." And then they turn around and they can't even control their daughter.
Well, I see. Here's the deal, though: is I believe that it's both sides. I don't believe it's just
Oh,
one.
absolutely.
I'm not
I
a
agree.
fucking Republican. I'm not a fucking Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I ain't none of that shit. At this point, I'm none of it, and I don't believe that picking little pieces will help any of it. I don't believe
does.
that. I
It
believe
does.
it's like, here's how I have explained it. It's like having a watering trough that's full.
How in the hell
listen,
do you
listen?
if
It's
you
like having It's like
Mhm.
having a water trough, and it's got oil in it. Okay, if you only drain half of the watering trough and you fill it back up with water, you still have oil in it. You cannot keep. There's no way to clean it a little bit here and a little bit there, because the entire government system has been infiltrated with shit. And the only
I look
way
at it
to
as
clean
more
it
as like a
out,
fat person. I look at it as more like a fat person. Do you think a fat person became fat overnight? Do you think someone that weighs, 600 pounds became 600 pounds overnight? No,
No.
It was little by little by little by little. And how do you lose weight? No, you don't go in and cut all that shit out. Oh, sure, that takes care of the problem immediately, but it doesn't fix the overall problem, because the weight's going to come back because there's a disorder there. They have an eating disorder. What you have to do is you have to learn. It's a learned process of saying, okay, this is where I need to stop. This is the limits of what I need to be doing. I don't look at it as the same way. I look at it as more of, you need to be working together to say, hey, there's a limit to where we need to be. And if you get people on your side, whenever it comes time to take and make sure that the government is doing what they're supposed to be doing, it's
Okay.
much easier whenever you have local support than whenever you just come in and say, yeah, we're just going to burn it all to the fucking ground. We're going to take it out and we're going to make it new. Because
Okay,
if
tell
you
me-
do
tell me
that,
this.
you're going to get opposition. You're going to get the people that you were once your supporters go, you know what? I don't want to have anything to do with this, because this is just fucking wrong. Because it's not cognizant. It's not pure. It is absolute evil whenever you do that.
So you're saying that if I just take, so explain this to me. How am I going to get a school board to believe, that already believes, that kids should be allowed to whack off their whatevers, or so on, whatever, and not tell their parents, and that all this information should be given to the schools, and the schools should be able to just keep it quiet? How in the fuck am I going to change that person's mind? That person's completely sick.
That's
There
the
is
school
no
board.
way
That's
to
the school
fix
board. That's
but
the
wait,
school board.
there
You're
is
trying to
no
convince the
way
school
to
board. Have you
fix
convinced your neighbor?
mental.
Convince
There's
your
no
neighbor.
way to fix. My neighbor right next door fucking literally believes that kids should be allowed to do that. She's on the fucking school board. She's
Okay.
also like
What about her
huge
neighbor?
into the school board.
What about her
But
neighbor?
no, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What
Let
about
me
her
prove my
neighbor?
point.
Yeah, I got
Let
you.
me prove my point.
I'm with you.
There's no way I will convince her. There's no way. So you're asking me to make these people change their beliefs, but it's a mental thing. They have literally been programmed to the point where it has become mental for them. If you even mention it, they will fucking lose. How dare you? How dare you, fucking bigot? How dare you even consider any kid should be able to decide what they want to be, and you shouldn't be able to stop them. How the fuck am I supposed to change their mind?
That right there is the glorious question, because if once you figure that out and you're able to convince them on that level, sweetheart, listen, let me finish. Once you are able to figure out how to convince them, and you become able to convince them that this is a bad path to do, then you are able to move on to the next
Yeah.
spot where you're able to convince.
It's easier
where
to
you're
just
able to-
extinguish them. I'm sorry, but I do not want. For starters, I don't even want that shit multiplying.
I am with you on the sentiment, and I'm not doing this to be mean. I'm just saying
I know you're
that,
not. I
that
know you're not.
on a full level, if that is the attitude that you come in with it, then that's the same response you're going to get, because they're looking at you going, how can I convince them to allow me to do horrible things to my children? And that's what you have to remember, is they are looking to convince you that everything that they're doing is correct. And once you can learn to
But you understand that there's laws put into place that's already stopped us from being able to doing that. If you go to a school board, they will kick your ass out if you try in any way to disagree with them. Then how the fuck are you supposed to change that?
Move on to the next person. Move on. You have to convince.
It's the school board. It's the fucking. You're
That's-
sitting there in
that's
front
the
of the
school
entire
board.
school board.
That's the
You
school
need it
board.
changed. Well,
What
there's
about your
no way
next
to
door
change
neighbors?
it.
What about your next door neighbor?
I already explained they're all liberal. They
There you go.
literally have all. They
Then
all have been
you-
brainwashed.
Here's the thing. You have to learn how to convince them. If you can't learn how to convince them, then you have to move away from them.
Nope. Then you find a different way. It's a different way.
There's
And that's what I'm
always-
trying to
there's
get at.
There's always a good
there
way
is.
to do it.
There's always a good way, and there's always a thorough way. And I'm into thorough.
to do it. I love you, Gutter.
I don't want to play games anymore. I have grandkids that are going to be growing up into this absolutely fucked
And
up
how
world.
are you
And-
teaching
and-
them? And how are you teaching them? You
Oh,
teaching them
trust
the right
me,
way?
we go through it every day. The problem
There
is
you go.
that the schools get them for 8 hours a day to set and embellish whatever bullshit
know
they
what?
want on them.
Whenever the schools
It-
don't have them, you have them for the rest of the time.
Oh, and trust me, it's double duty, but that's bullshit.
Exactly.
I
No.
pay those dirty motherfuckers to teach her reading, writing, and arithmetic, not
Good
anything
luck with
about
that.
penises.
There
So,
you go.
or any of that shit. Yet that's what they're teaching her. Have you
I'm
ever
telling you,
check it out? If
Break them.
there,
Break every damn one of
fuck
them.
Yeah, I'm gonna rake
Every
them.
every time someone comes
just-
at
my
you, you
rake is
just come
special.
back with your conviction and live your conviction, and don't ever let anybody
They'll
change
throw
you from
you
your
in jail.
conviction.
They throw you in jail. If you
That's
go
fine.
to a
That's
school
fine.
board, they throw your ass in jail if you disagree.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, and so now you
Then you have then-
eventually.
then you have to then you have to understand that is the position that you have to take. It's like you have to be, you can sit there and tell everybody to be expected to die for your cause, but you have to be willing to die for your own cause.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I am not willing to play tiddlywinks anymore.
Exactly.
I'm not willing to play their games anymore.
Then don't.
Talking ain't doing it. Talking
don't.
ain't cutting it. Oh, it's not. But this is where we have to. This is the part where we have to get the ones that do know what's right to stand up. This is
Exactly.
where shit comes to shove. There is no more trying to talk the other side into coming to your side. They're not
And
going
that-
to. I think
And that
that
right
I
there,
think that we
that right
already
there-
have the ones that are going
that
to come.
happens, like I said, this happens on a local level. You keep it on a local level, and you do what you have to do to make your local level, understand what the way is to go. And once you get that once you've unlocked that key, that spreads like wildfire, because you know what? They go, hey, it happened here. And if this is what it takes to make it happen, I'm going to do it here. You get it fixed there, and it goes to the next level. The next level says, you know what? This is easier and easier. This is the same way that they did it to you.
But see,
They
this is
s-
exactly. But
This is the
here-
same way that they did it to you. And if you don't play, if you don't go by the rules of the game that are already set forth in humanity, it ends up looking poorly on you. This is why January 6th looks so bad, is because although you're playing by the same rules, they twisted it to make it look like
Maybe-
you were disobeying the rules. So
Maybe
what
this
you
is
do
what
is
the
you have
question
to
I
be
need to ask.
smarter. You have to be smarter than them, and you have to beat them at their own game.
Do you think that our government is the one that is ruling everything that's going on, or do you think that there's a set of elite people that are doing it? Maybe this'll kind of, because I think we might be looking at things a little bit different.
Do I think there's a set of elite people that are doing things like what?
Mhm. Well, elites, the fucking rich people, the Rothschilds, all those people. Think about. I want you to think like that. I want you to think about that little thing that they do when they all go to Switzerland and they gather up and they meet. Do you think that has anything to do with how our laws and all of that shit comes into play? Do you believe that has anything to
No,
do
I-
with it,
I
or do
believe
you
that-
believe it's just between the Republicans and the Democrats, and that's what makes it all work?
Neither of those. I don't believe either of those. I believe that in doing so, you're taking away human agency. And I believe in human agency. You're in control of your own life, your own destiny, your own actions. If you don't take control of your own actions, then you will fall into whatever cabal, whatever religious cult that you want to join. That's where you will fail.
So you don't
every
believe that
single
there's
time.
an elite set of people that are
don't care.
deciding?
I don't
Well,
care.
Well,
Here's
those
the
are
thing,
the people.
sweetheart.
Well, those are the
Here's-
people that
doesn't
mean
matter.
that your vote don't fucking matter.
It doesn't
Well,
matter.
your vote doesn't matter.
It doesn't
then.
matter. It does. Those people don't matter to me because they don't control me. Because that is giving agency
Really?
to somebody
if you don't
else.
pay your taxes, what
That
happens?
is giving agency to somebody else. Pay your taxes.
I don't
do
wanna
whatever
do
the
that
hell
no
you
more.
need to do.
I don't want to do that no more.
If you give up your agency as a human being, then somebody else is running you. Somebody else is controlling you. Somebody else is pushing your buttons. Some school board is pissing you off, and you have no control over yourself. If you cannot control yourself, then you have no control. It doesn't matter what some cabal is doing or what some asshole in Switzerland whose dick he's sucking. It doesn't matter. Because if you have no control over yourself, then you have no control whatsoever. I am sick of people taking away agency of other people, acting like we are a bunch of slaves. If you want to think of yourself as a slave and being controlled by this bullshit, then fucking go for it. Because that
Oh,
right
I
there
do
is
believe
just
we are a
down.
bunch of slaves.
then-
I do
then-
believe we are. Do
then-
you
then
realize
you've
how
ta-
much
then
in
you- then
fucking
you've-
taxes we pay?
Then you've
And
given
where are
away
the
your own
taxes
agency.
going? Where's the
They've given
taxes
away.
going?
You've given away your own
They're
agency.
going to fucking illegals.
Sure.
Our
Sure.
taxes are all
Sure.
going to there.
Sure.
Yet you can't get help if you need it, but somebody else that comes to our
Absolutely.
country illegal gets it. But you think that we should just keep playing this game
Didn't
and
say it.
going along with
Didn't
this?
say
No,
that.
I'm not. I'm
I
done
said
playing
you
the
have
game.
to take agency for yourself. You have to take control over your own actions. You can never
I'm
control
gonna.
the actions of somebody else, but you can control your own actions.
That's right.
And if you feel that somebody is controlling your actions, then you need to take control over your own actions.
Right. But we all have to come together in the sense
Right.
of all
Absolutely.
of us on the right side of the thinking. And I don't mean right or left side of thinking. I
No.
mean thinking right.
Yes.
To do that. And that's exactly where I think we're at now. I don't think any local fucking around with the papers and doing all that shit is going to cure it. Do you know that in Oregon, it's all fucking mail-in ballots? You can't go and fucking vote. It's a mail-in ballot. Do you know how fucking ripped off Oregon is for that shit? There's never been in a case, an election year, where it's actually went as it should, because we all do mail-in ballots.
Yep.
Do you? I have people literally that I will get mail. I won't even know their name, and it's coming from our community college. But if I call up there and say, "Who is this person that's using my address?" Sorry, ma'am, we can't tell you that. What do you mean? They're using my address. How many people are using my address? We can't tell you that. They cannot tell me that. So this is what I'm saying. It's so deep. You're not going to fix it by pulling little pieces out. It's too big for that. I don't
No,
believe
it's not.
that going with local is going to help. I do not believe it. Not we've already tried that.
Then
And
you're
in the
wrong
process,
local.
we were
Then you're
fucked.
in the wrong local. You let your local government do whatever the hell it does, but you do not have to be there. There is a thing called agency, and you have given your agency to somebody else.
Right. Right. Well,
Yes.
I'm about ready to take it back. They're
Good.
not
That's what you
probably
should
gonna
do.
be the way
That's
that
what you should be
everybody
taking back.
really wants it. I just think that we all there. No, there ain't no fucking vote that's going to save us. There is no paperwork that's going to save us. It's not. We are too far gone, and it goes way further. I mean, come on. If you truly believed that that voting and all of this shit, our government agencies helped, then explain to me all the bullshit with Hunter Biden and the laptop and how he's been over fucking seas making deals for us. All kinds of shit's gone on, and yet you think that we're going to be able to control any of this by going local. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think that going local is going to fix it. I think it's so much bigger that we keep sticking Band-Aid after Band-Aid after Band-Aid. It's time to rip off all the Band-Aids and clean the slate. And that's
But
the
how did
only
they get
way.
there? How did they get there in the first place, Gutter? That's the question that you have to ask yourself: is how did it get there in the first place? Do you
Well, for
think that-
one, by
do you
us
think that
saying,
it just came rolling in there, and all of a sudden, the next day, everybody was chopping off body parts, and they were part of the school board? Do you think that just happened overnight, or do you think that it was a slow burn because you listened and you said, "Oh, we're a democracy"? Do you think that it was just over the decades and decades of this country being around that we just haven't just said, "Oh, life is comfortable. Let me just go. Well, that's okay. We're fine with that. Oh, we're fine with this little bit. We're okay with this." No, it happened slowly and it happened steadily, and that is the only way that you're going to take back your country in a way that is not going to cause a big disruption and go against everything that our country was founded on in the first place.
well, I don't know. I have the Constitution right here, and in it says if our government gets too out of fucking hand, it's time to take it away from them.
True.
And I do believe that that's where we're at. We have gotten, as George Peach said, we're too complacent. We've become too
Exactly.
complacent, and so now it's time to become uncomplacent. It's time for us to stand
I've
up.
been
But I don't
non-complacent
think we're
for
going to
the
do that.
Sweetheart,
I
I've been
don't think we're going to
non-complacent for the
do that
past 40
with a
years.
vote.
It's not changed anything.
I don't think we're going to do that with the vote. I think that it's too far. It's
For the vote.
there's
Well, no,
too-
it's
there's
more than
too
just
much.
the vote. Yes,
There's
I
too
agree
much.
with you there. There is, but all I can say is there is a good outcome to this, that you can get people on your side, but you have to become convincing, and you have to convince them to be on your side, because just coming across as being a violent, aggressive person, all that's going to do is you're going to scare people away that normally would be on your side. They go, that is just too far and too extreme. That is how they got there in the first place.
See, I think
Is
that's
because
exactly
people
wrong. I
came
think it's
in-
because we haven't been extreme. We've sat back and went, it's okay. They
Correct.
want to be gay.
Correct.
It's okay. They want to chop off their thingies. It's okay. They want to teach their kids to
Exactly.
do that. It's okay. Well, we've done that.
Exactly.
Now it's so bad that there's so much in there. It's like having a mountain. There's
back
no way to take
piece
a
by
piece of it.
You
You
will.
can't. It's a
You will.
fucking Tetris game that is way too big to do that. As soon as you take out, you might as well. There's just
Do you
no
think
way.
you think it's going to change with violence?
Oh, I think that's going to change. I think it's going to be really shitty for a while. But I
don't
think
I don't think
then
it will change
eventually-
anything. I think it will turn more people off than it will actually bring them together.
I don't know. I think that people will get tough like they used to be when they could handle being called a name and they could make it through it till the next day. They were okay. They weren't going to go slit their own throat because God forbid somebody called me a fucking asshole. It's okay.
Yeah,
So
fuck them
I
anyway.
do believe
I
I don't
care
have a
about them
hard
anyhow.
I have a hard time with the coddling. And that's how I
Oh, yeah, no
consider it.
shit.
It's with coddling, and we can't
Well, I
handle
wasn't
coddling
saying
no
you
more.
coddle anybody.
No. Well, you kind of were.
You know that.
I mean,
you know me well enough, Gutters, that I don't coddle anybody.
well, I know, but if you think like that I can actually talk with this person next door, there's no way that I can explain to her. I've already tried to have conversations with her. Now, she'll be the first to tell you that Biden's a dumb fuck.
There you go.
But if you say to her, so what do you think? Now, mind you, she works with the school board.
Mhm.
So what do you think about this this thing about them wanting to bring in the laws in California, for instance? What do you think about this new law that they're trying to bring into California regarding that it not being against the law for you to buy children for sexual activity? And LBGTQ is against it. Are you okay with that? And she said, well, it does. There are freedoms that it does go into that I've definitely got a problem. They're taking freedoms away from us in that whole bill. And I said, oh, so because they're going to take away, what is it that they're going to take away? First of all, that's what I want to know. What is it they're going to take away? But if they're going to take away something, are you willing to jeopardize whatever it is they're willing to take away for a kid's safety? And she said, well, one of the things, what did she say that she thought it was going to take away? She said something, and it was about the parents choosing for the child what needed to be done regarding whether they wanted to be a male or a female. So again, she was saying, well, it's going to take away that child's freedoms to decide what he wants to be. I said, you don't think that? You think a kid, you would let one of your daughters, mind you, she got a daughter in junior high and one in high school. And she truly believes, now both of them want to be girls so far. So yay for that. I think it's because I got grandparents that are kind of a little old schooler, but they're kind of on the fence. Anyways, she literally thinks that law should not be put into place. I've got a huge problem with that. That law is protecting little kids.
Mhm.
And I don't see anything else in the law. So having this conversation with her, there was no way to get through to her. I said, so you really think that it's okay for
I
them
think there's a way to get through to her.
I said, so what do you think that they should? I mean, do you believe it's okay to have sexual activity with children? And she said, well, I think it all depends on the situation. What the fuck kind of situation? And she's got a junior high schooler and a high schooler.
Mhm.
Girls.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. So
I'm
how?
telling you, Gutter, there is a way to get through to her.
Well, I don't know. I only know one way at that point because she wasn't seeing the light of day at all. She was fucking not willing at all. And the one across the street's just as bad. She is just as bad. And they have one daughter. And it's like, oh, Jesus. I can just see what road they're going down. It's like, this is not good. This is so not good.
But see, in a few years, whenever their daughters are out there and they're looking at their grandkids, and you go, yeah, you see that guy right down the street right over there?
Mm-mm.
That guy was a pedophile. He's looking at your granddaughter. He's looking at your grandson. He's looking at them, and he is going to violate them. It's
But
just
see-
a matter of time. And then you just
see, so
walk
you're-
off.
But there you're saying, just give it some time. No, that's the problem. We gave it time. Republicans have, those type of people, right-wing people have always been that type to go, just give it some time. It'll get better. It'll get better. It'll get better. No, it's not going to get better unless we take the bull by the horns and shove it directly up somebody's ass. That's the only way it's going to
That's
work.
the problem is they haven't been doing that. You're sitting there going, oh, they'll get it better. No, they haven't been showing them. They haven't been pointing it out. You know what they've done? They turned their head the other way. That's all they've done.
Yes.
And that's not what you need to do.
Well, talking to her didn't seem to help. I mean, she just was not willing to even, I mean, and of course I tried to be in a nice way once we got to the point where she was like, no, I think, you're taking the right away from the kid to decide what they want to be. I said, are you fucking serious? You're not serious. And
But
she
they
said,
are.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a woman that's my age. She's 50 years old. She's over. I'm 39, but she's 50.
And you don't have to worry about convincing her. You just let her move on with her own fucking life and
That's
go on to the next
problem,
person.
though. And then they fucking multiply.
True.
It's like rabbits, dude. We gotta
I
fucking
know.
put the rabbits in the soup pot. Fucking,
Oh,
it's
that'd be
time
better.
for some rabbit stew.
No, you just keep pushing at it. I'm telling you, it'll happen.
No, you say that, but that's the problem.
Perseverance, sweetheart. I'm telling you.
We've been doing that, and I'm fuck
No,
that.
we haven't. No, we haven't.
Yeah, tricks are for kids, motherfucker. Perseverance ain't done shit for me.
Trust me, we haven't been persevering on shit.
I'm gonna persevere, but it's not gonna persevere the way everybody wants it. Oh, well.
I love you, Gutter.
I'm so glad you came up. It gets everybody thinking. It does. It makes everybody
It
think, and I
does.
think that's a good thing. So
Well,
don't be too hard on Chizzy. You have to understand that he does, again, he still believes the same way we do. It's
Mhm.
just in going about it in a different way. And that's what we have to, we are going to have to come to some kind of agreement there at some point, because there's going to come a time, and I don't believe laying down papers is going to be the way to do it. Now, Chizzy's, he's kind of more into that. Let's just go over all the logics and all that. I'm done with logic. I'm to the point where it's like, fucking push those papers off. Them papers, let's
Damn
just
right.
go.
Well, and see, as much as people are like trying to burn me up in chat, you understand.
Oh,
It doesn't bother me because
no, I know I don't.
I have conviction. So I you can sit there and you can say, oh, vaccinate all the, I don't give a shit. I think it's funny because I've had the same argument multiple times. And if you know anything about me, I don't tolerate the bullshit. I'm laying down a good option, and whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter.
Right. Right.
Because it's all about discussion. And I think that
It is.
that's the
It
most
is.
important part, is having the discussion.
Yep.
And if you don't have the discussion, then you end up falling in line with everybody else. You lose your agency as a human being. And so if you disagree with me, that's fine. I don't care. Do you think it's going to hurt my feelings? No, I think it's pretty awesome. That's
Well,
what our
also,
country
I
was
think it
founded on,
makes,
is
it does make
disagreeing.
us think about, well, and it makes us think about those other the things that you are saying.
Right.
I know that even as these guys disagreed, they will think about the things that you said, and no,
Right.
maybe they won't agree with you, but there may be some things that they go, oh, you know what? This would be better if we did it like this, or whatever the case may be.
Absolutely.
So I do
and
think that
it also
good to open
solidifies
this
your
dialogue
opinion.
up.
And that's what I would prefer to have, is people have a solidified opinion.
Yep.
So whenever you do make a move, whenever you do make that move, whatever it may be, that you're dedicated to what you're doing, that you are fulfilling every single bit of what you plan to do.
Mhm.
Whatever way that happens, that you've looked at all the aspects of it and gone, you know what? Doing X, Y, or Z is going to end up in, B, C, and A. But if I look at it another way, if you just run in like a bull in a china shop, generally a bunch of shit gets broken and nothing's salvageable at that point in time. And that's what I want to avoid. I would love to avoid having that bull in the china shop that just destroys everything. And then you lose your soul. You lose every bit of your person.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I do think that, I mean, I am all about trying to come up with good methods and all of that. I am into it. I just think that we've spent too much time trying to wait and see. And it's not a wait and see anymore. I think now it's just time to move. And I do believe we had a missed opportunity. I do believe J6 was an absolute missed opportunity. I don't give a fuck what YouTube thinks about it or anybody else. I do believe it was a missed opportunity. I do. And I think that had we have all come together then, we wouldn't be sitting in this situation right now, and we wouldn't have gone through the hell that we just went through for the last 3 years. I do believe that. So in saying that, I got to say, hey, to a couple people, because Flight Crew, you became a member again. I know you've been a member like 100 times. So obviously it just fell off and you just picked it back up. Thank you, darling, very much. And we have a little ditty here for you because she wants you to see.
Oh, you gotta give that a spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give that a spit on that thing. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing.
Well, and then Flatty, she did a little something here. Where did we go? Okay, here we are. Thank you, darling. Thank you, Fly Crew. And thank you, Flatty.
She's awesome.
I know. She is the sweetest girl. I love her. So we got to give her a little, we got to get, which one you want, honey? You want this one right here?
Oh, you gotta give that a spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give that a spit on that thing.
My God.
I love it. That's too much fun. If they ever take those away from me, I will be pissed. I'm gonna make somebody sing that shit somehow, some way.
Well, and there's a reason why that Gutters invites me on this, because I have serious conversations, and I'm not going to sit there and kowtow to anybody.
No,
I have my beliefs, and the beauty is we can sit there and disagree all day long, but in the end scheme of things, we both want the same thing.
Yep.
We just have a different way of getting to it. We both want the same damn thing. And I think that's where it really starts is everybody wanting the same thing. And if everybody wants that, you'd be surprised how well we can do that as a whole. We just have different ways of getting there.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's kind of like sex, there's you can go from the top, the bottom, the side, that it just doesn't matter. It's, and it's kind of, this is the same thing. You just, at some point you got to come, you got to meet in the middle somewhere.
Well, at some point you have to come.
You have to come. That's right. At some point there's got to be, there's got to be that action.
You just got to find what makes it happen.
And
Well,
Mr. Duggars said, don't encourage Gutters to lock and load. Just saying.
I'm just saying. Damn right. Same here. You don't want me going off on the government at all. It's that I have learned to keep myself contained.
Oh,
until I don't need to be. You know that.
Yeah.
You know me. It's like I want to look at every single option that I can to not bring it to a bad ending. I like peace. I don't like war. There's a reason why I don't like war. And I maintain that way.
I don't like war, but there's lots of things I didn't like. I didn't like kicking my kids in the ass when they needed it, but I did it because that's what needed to be done. And there's lots of things I don't like to do, but as adults, we have to do them, and that's where we're at. Is we better do something because we're losing shit fast. I mean,
I think we're gonna be getting it back. It is a pain in the ass, and it's frustrating. I wish that we could make it happen faster, but I'm also realistic in knowing that it takes time. It takes time to get us to the point of getting it back on track. It doesn't happen overnight, and I wish that we could make it happen overnight, but I'm also realistic of knowing that doesn't happen. But in saying so, I do have to run, Gutter Girl. I'm gonna go jump off here, and I will-
Alrighty.
I will,
Well, I'm
I will
glad you
be.
came up.
Oh no, thank you for having me. As always,
Always.
it's always a pleasure. You're an absolute
Yes.
doll.
You're
And,
always welcome.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart.
And I loved Sunday night. Oh my gosh, you guys just rock. I'm telling you what.
Such a blast.
I love it when the crew gets together, when it gets you and Kaiser and Volstorm and Story and Diva. And oh my gosh, it's just the greatest. And then you poor little Welsh lady in there with her broken crack. And that was just, she's such a good sport. It's a good
She
thing she's
is.
a good sport.
She is, and she gets it too. That she is one of the crew. So that is
Yeah.
always a pleasure, and we enjoy having fun. And
Yeah.
and whenever people look at YouTube and they get frustrated at the BS and all the social media, just realize that this is all fake. YouTube is fake as hell.
Mhm.
It is, because there's certain things that we're allowed to say on YouTube. If we were able to say the things that we really wanted to say, oof, the hellfire that we would bring upon this earth would be unbelievable. But we have to maintain within a certain realm of their parameters, and F them in the nether regions. But other than that, we try to keep it within a certain spot.
Yeah. Like Rooster said, it's their tube, not YouTube.
Exactly.
It's their tube.
Exactly. I hate it with a passion, because
I do
there's so
too.
much crap that I want to say. And you guys are going, oh, you just no. I have to play by YouTube's rules and by YouTube's games.
If you've ever been backstage with Shizzy, you'll know that he thinks more like all of us than you could ever imagine. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
that he has a tendency to stay a little more filtered, and he also has a tendency to not maybe want to be as violent as the rest of us, and that's okay.
There's a reason for that. Because I know my limitations. I know where violence leads, and it's never a pretty sight.
Peace eventually.
No.
It does. It will get there. You have to get through the storm of it.
You like to think that. But suffer enough violence, you know that there's no peace at the end of it. It perpetuates upon itself, like in the most violent way. Got her, girl. Love you, sweetheart. We'll see
Thank you,
soon.
darling. Love you. And you have a great Tuesday evening.
You also. Peace.
All right. Thanks.
Night chat.
Mr. Shizzy Wiznut. He always comes with a great conversation. Love Shizzy. He is so good at it. And he gets me talking so much that when I have to pee, I won't go pee, because I'll just sit there and talk. So if anybody wants to come up real quick, you can. But I gotta pee. There's no way around it. I got to do it. So, do you guys want a song? Because I have to pee really good. You do not want to see me sit here and not pee. Okay, you're going to have to listen to our boys again. Okay, I promise I'll hurry. I'm going to grab coffee too, but I'll do it quick.
Small change, give me big money wine. Dollar, 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 dollar,
Okay, we're back. Ah, ah. I tried to hurry. I did. I got it done. Whew. Okay, most people that have gone overseas. Most people that have gone overseas and seen the true violence never want it here. At least not yet. We think we are nowhere near needing that yet. Yeah, well, I don't want to wait for it to get so bad that then we don't have, you know, if we wait long enough, they'll take all of our sticks away from us and our rocks. And then we'll have no way to stand up for ourselves. Fucker, you think I'm importing the American mass throughout the southern border? Bring that violence here. Sorry. Hit your live. Bill, I think you're not live. If you hit that little live down at the bottom, it should make it go live so that you're live. So you can see it with us. So, anyways, we've done almost 4 hours. I think we're good, huh? What do we all think? Has everybody enjoyed themselves tonight? I don't know. I can get really wrapped up in my shit. I know I can. I'm sorry. I wished I didn't, but I do. All the way across, no gaps, no holes, a few doors. What? Build a wall. Yeah, fucking build a wall. All the way across. Done. Done. Fucking done. I'm so done. Sorry, darling. Georgia Peach, you're too funny. That's what she said. What did she say? Like, it's been forever since you've been up here. Or since we've seen you. I swear. Blaze and Blaze, how are ya? Making sure I didn't miss anybody else. I think we're good, though. I haven't seen the numbers change much. Well, I mean, they fluctuate a little bit, but I think people get sick of hearing me argue. Hey, big and sexy, how are you? I tried to hurry, is what she said. Oh, sorry. That's funny as shit. Good to hear. Big and sexy. Let's go to sleep. So I said I'd come around until 8:30. Didn't want to get stuck. You didn't want to get stuck? How come? You said we have to go to sleep early, Flat Crew? You don't want to get stuck? I think it was a good discussion. If it's the one thing that I don't like to do is to do an echo chamber where everybody's saying the same thing. We already know that. It's kind of like why I hate it when I do a stream regarding clean the slate or whatever, because I feel like you guys are going, we already fucking said, you've already told us this, GG, we know it. But there's so much to it, and it's like every day more and more shit comes up, and I feel like we got to make sure we're getting it out. And I know it's only fucking 20 people here, but I don't care. I feel like I need to get it out of my system, and so that's how it's gonna happen. I have enough strength to defend myself, my family, and friends. Just a little left over to help my friends. That's right, Status Quo. How are you, darling? Glad you're here. I stayed the entire stream that time, and I enjoyed the convos. I'm so glad you did, Rooster. Yeah, I think it was a good conversation. I think everybody had a good time, and I mean, I know it gets hairy, and thank God that we have somebody like Shizzy and you guys that, you know, you don't need it sugar coated or powdered or fucking bubble wrapped up to get through it. That you'd be all right with some facts and some straight talk. Now let's get in an echo chamber. Put on our white hoods. I mean, what? Jesus, smart ass. But how are you, darling? It's good to see you, Status. I bet, Gurf. Dude. I mean, I do have friends, but most of my friends are not around here. Most of my friends are in other states and not other countries. I mean, not real life friends in the sense of not from social media. Not that my social media friends are not my friends, because I do believe I have some really good friends on through YouTube, and I wouldn't give those friendships up for nothing. I don't care what anybody says. I know it's social media, and I know it's different, but it's still a friendship nonetheless. Most of your friends knew not to live in goddamn Portland, Oregon. That's right. They did. They did. You know what's weird is my best friend who lives in Florida, her and her husband about are as liberal as they come. Well, she's not. She just kind of goes with whatever he fucking goes with. So, but he's straight up fucking liberal. Like the new fucking fandangled liberal that just makes you want to puke. I know, me too, Bill. Fucking, they're everywhere around here, aren't they? See, Bill's close too. He's right here by Harley Dad. And speaking of which, just so everybody knows, I sent Harley Dad a link and he hasn't even bothered to show up. So I don't want to hear his fucking whining. He's probably busy. I'm just giving him shit. I know he's been trying to move, so. But I don't want him to think that he didn't get a link. Or for anybody else to think I'm picking on him. I do pick on him. I enjoy picking on him, and I ain't going to stop. But, fucker, he could have at least come in and said, hey. He could have dropped the couch and said, hey. With his, one good leg. With unicorns. I have unicorns right over there. I'll never forget when Marv and I moved in together and I had unicorn pictures and unicorn clocks and fucking unicorn everything. And he was so pissed because I put all that shit in the living room. And he's like, it looks like a 16-year-old girl's bedroom. Blah. I'm like, I don't fucking care. My unicorns. Bitch. Now they're all in my office. They left the living room. It took a few years. But eventually I grew up and went, okay, let's stick those in the bedroom. And then they moved to the office. So, y'all, you don't hear my computer making noise, right? Well, the fan finally quit. I helped it quit, but it finally quit. So now I just put a little fan over here and it keeps it going. It's working. It doesn't overheat, thank God. Knock on wood. What's up, Timbers? How are ya? Yeah. So, what was the other thing I seen? I was going to tell you guys about. Oh, I know what it was. Let me see. Was it that one? So we're going to talk about this Haktuya girl because she needs to be more than just a one-hit wonder if I'm going to have shit on a t-shirt. It says Haktuya. So we should, have a little bit of her here. So this is something she said. Here we go.
It's a little small area near Lewisburg.
Now they're making a Hawk Tua documentary? Come on, America, just stop! Can her 15 minutes of fame run out already? I would watch it.
It's really
I'd watch it. He says.
I don't know what to feel.
That's her
It's
granny.
crazy. I never thought anything like this would ever happen. It's too much to comprehend.
Yeah, I really had no idea that one night in Broadway, having fun with your friends and everything else would change your whole life around.
But I just wanted to stay with me till as
Oh,
long as
bless
I'm
her
here.
heart.
I am not moving to Los Angeles or New York. I'm staying here with Granny forever.
Forever. So I was like, oh my God, she's so cute. And then the next one I seen, let me see if I can find it. Which one was it that she said that? I think it might have been. This
I'm
one.
Haley and I'm from Belfast, Tennessee.
This one?
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
It's this one.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
I don't know where it went. I know it's going to double in population. Off topic channel. Sorry. Dude, you know me, I'm fucking like a squirrel. Just a minute, because there was one that I was all just thinking she was the cutest thing ever because she said she was going to live with Granny forever, and it just made my day. Then the little one said this. Is it this one?
All right, so we had the crazy plane lady. Then
No. I don't know where it went. Damn it. I really wanted to show that one too. Because she was all cocky with herself. Maybe it's this one.
Can we first talk about this viral Hawk Tua girl?
Oh no.
She's gone by.
I don't know where it went. You're fucking like a squirrel. I am a squirrel. I'm sorry. You know how many times Marvin goes, what the fuck are you talking about? Because I have a tendency to do this to him. I'll walk out. I'll be in my office. I don't know, but looking at something on the computer. And I'll get up and walk out in the living room. I'll go, well, that lady was saying, he'll go, what fucking lady? I'm like, oh, maybe I should clue you in on that part. Poor Mark. But she can make a ham sandwich. That's right. Oh, no, Gigi. That is the name of that guy's channel. Off topic. I see. Got it. I'm slow. I'm telling you, Rooster. You gotta keep moving me along. I really wished I could find that one though, because it was she was cocky. I was like, why, you little shit. Oh yeah, Is this it? Okay, yeah, this is it. Here it is.
Three things that have not been so great here lately. Number one, I have to convince my pawpaw not to shoot the paparazzi outside of our house every day because they've been camping out here for like 2 weeks.
If you're waiting for an OnlyFans page from the Hawk Tua girl, well, you better think again.
Stop asking me for the link in bio for my OnlyFans. I don't have an OnlyFans and there will never be an OnlyFans. I just make funny jokes. That's all I do. And number three, I'm tired of the imposters and all the fake accounts. I don't have any kind of social media just yet besides Snapchat. But when I have the rest of it, you guys will be the first to know when I launch it. And by the way, there's one more thing that's really pissing me off. Any of you selling or purchasing merchandise online, it's not from me. It's not approved by me, and it's counterfeit, and I'm not making a damn dime off of any of it. But I just hired a manager, and I hired an attorney, so we're coming for you.
We're coming for you, bitches. That's what she said. She coming for us. And I mean, I totally get it if I was to put her, like Chizzy said, her face on there. But you can't, again, you can't take fucking the English language away from me. And I'm telling you that I was Hawk Tuaing before you were even put on this earth, girl. So, that's going to need to be addressed. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, little wench. I still can't believe she fucking said that. We're coming for you. I get the fake account ones, but I think it's bullshit that she's doing the thing about, oh, and if you're selling merchandise, we can sell merchandise that says Hawk to you, spit on that thing, what fuck, the whole bit. Everything you said that night, we can put it on a t-shirt. How you doing, Ken? Good. I mean, how much can you really claim Hawk to you? Maybe her face is one thing, but that's my concern for her in the beginning. How you can protect that. Yeah, well, I think it's bullshit. I don't think you get to protect that. It's the English language. You're going to take it away from us? We can't say those words now? Bullshit. She had her 15 minutes of fame. That's right. Hawk to you. It is. But it's H-A-W-K. Like hawk, like a hawk flying. And I don't know if Tuya is. I don't know. Is that? I don't know. Let's see here. Does Tuya mean something? Let's look. Nope. Hawk Tuya don't mean nothing. So maybe she can win that word. Maybe she can have that word, but she can't have hawk. And I'll change it. I'll change it to Tooya. Thank you very much. Or Hawk 2. Yeah. You've been praying for me? Thank you very much. Honey, I need all the prayers I can get. Especially this day and age. Holy moly. So thank you. She did herself in. Yeah, I mean, I think it's great that she did that, but I would have had a lot more respect for her if she'd have done, like, say, what's his name? Tell me what his name is. North of Richmond. See, that's the kind of shit I do to Marvin. Tell me what his name is. He's like, who's? I don't fucking know what you're talking about. Oh my God. What's his name? He's got 2 first names, doesn't he? Something weird like that. What's his name? North of Richmond. to you. Yeah. What emoji? Imagine. Right. We'll just, I don't know. We'll have to come up with one. I've been trying to figure out how to put more emojis in. Oliver Anthony, thank you. Yeah. Maybe she did mean it as a joke, Flatty, which would be fine. Then I take back calling her a little wench. But, you know. Anyways, I think she should have handled it like Oliver handled it, which was, no, I'm not fucking copywriting this shit. Go ahead. Show that shit all you want. And you know what? He's been popular as ever. And he's made more than enough money to cover his ass for the rest of his life. So had she went like that, she'd probably have a lot more people on her side. She gets all snatchy and shit. That probably won't go good for her later on. I mean, she just won't have everybody on her side. She'll have a bunch of assholes that don't want to be on her side. So, anyways, I'm so glad y'all came. It looks like we're dying down. That's probably a good thing. Probably time to go. We've had an awesome evening. I've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for all being here. Love yous to death. Don't know what I'd do without y'all. If it wasn't for you guys, you know I wouldn't be here. I'm waiting to see Flatty counting. She looks way different now. It's that old video of the Hawk too. I know, a whole week old, right? So anyways, thank y'all so much for coming. Or at least smiling a lot. You're much appreciated. I don't know what I'd do without yous all. Seriously, even when I have those days where I'm like, I don't really want to go and do a live today. Once I get here, I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I did it. And that's no different tonight. I was definitely thinking, oh, I don't know. And, you know, I always hear, oh, well, you can just cancel. No, I can't. We do this every Tuesday. This is our day. So we got to keep doing it. So anyway, I got to go because Flatty's counting down. I know she is. Love yous all. Thank you very much for being here. And I will see you on Friday or in the YouTube streets. Thanks so much. Good night, y'all. Bye.